Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Fort Scott Sports Live here in Arnold Arena, getting set for Fort Scott and another home matchup, this time against Labette County Community College and the Cardinals facing off against the Greyhounds. I'm Drake Miller, here joined with my buddy Michael. Michael, give us a little bit of a rundown as to what we can expect here tonight in this contest.
We got a couple of 3-win teams going at it tonight. A couple conference teams that are looking to get another win on their record. Fort Scott, as we've seen all season, has been riddled with injuries, so they're running a small lineup. They all 6 of the ladies, 7 sometimes, have about 30 minutes or more under their belt each game, so they're going to try to battle without exhaustion and keep their legs fresh. And Labette, they're just going to try to run them out of the gate, try to get in foul trouble early, and try to control the pace of the game.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting season for these Lady Greyhounds. Like you said, just really riddled with injuries, trying to battle through those. We've talked to Coach Sturgis in some post-game interviews, and she's been talking about what type of game plans they've been developing in practice and in game to really try to keep the exhaustion level low as well as the foul count low. This is a team that came out this season and was a very aggressive defensive style, just trying to play up as close as they can on their opponents and really kind of suffocate them, kind of choke them off on offense. And then towards the mid-season, when things really started to fall in the opposite direction and not panning out for this Greyhounds team, things have really had to change. This is something that they have been working on all season, and just last week grabbing 2 more wins and getting themselves in the win column for their 2nd and 3rd wins on the season. Big deal coming into tonight. So you've got another opportunity against a team that has suffered with success and looking to take down and get into that 4-win territory.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these players so far this season on this Fort Scott Greyhounds team and what they've been able to pull together with that extensive amount of minutes played for all 7 of these ladies.
For Ashley Pula, she's been leading the Fort Scott Greyhounds in scoring. She averages just a little bit over 12 points a game in 33.5 minutes, which is no surprise. The minute count's obviously going to be up. She's shooting all right from the field, about 40%. She's been the face of the offense. She kind of leads the scoring, leads the workload offensively. And down low, we have Mariah Moss. She's a force down low. We know that. You've seen it all season long. She dominates both offensively and defensively with 11.6 points per game and 7 rebounds on just under 60% from the field. That's very impressive. So that's a kind of a two-headed monster for Fort Scott. And the rest of these girls, they're all bouncing around 8 points per game because got 5 people or 6 people on the court that are scoring 60 points a game. They're all going to be working around that mid-level point scoring.
Yeah, now sitting at 2-3 in the conference. Some of that confidence surely returning here late in the season for this Greyhounds team. Just looking at their team stats so far this season, right now sitting around that 55 points per game, about 58 in conference play as well, making just around 20 baskets a game, and with those, out of those being 3-pointers, it has been about 5 or so in these conference games, which the 3-point line has really started to come alive here as of late for these Lady Greyhounds, just really trying to limit the work inside. Of course, Mariah Moss kind of the lone center. The rest of these ladies kind of playing the forward position, small forward, power forward, and then working around at that guard position. We talked to Coach Sturgis. She was talking about how Fadina and Puwa have been playing out of position. This is something that we have noticed, playing a little bit more uncomfortable, but occasionally you get their flashes of the guard that they once were, or that they once were able to play as, rather. And with that limited space, again, I mean, it's all kind of coming down to just playing 7 players. You got Moss being the lone center. You try to work it down low with her, of course, when she's in. And then outside of that, it's really just playing around your forwards, trying to work the post as much as you can. But a lot of times with these really successful teams, they've got some good post players, and it's a tough task.
Yeah, they got a tall order ahead of them. We knew that going into the 5th game of the season when they lost 3 players after 1 game. So these Fort Scott Greyhounds, they've mentally been strong. They've built that fortitude in their head, and it's been impressive to see throughout the season.
Yeah, and one thing I'll be looking forward to watching tonight is seeing that zone defense develop, as that was something that had just started as of recently for Coach Sturgis and company, just trying to adapt to the situation at hand and put together something to work that's going to save them a step or two defensively, energy-wise. And then it's also just going to keep them out of foul trouble, as that has been something that they have suffered with whenever those injuries really started to roll in. It was something that, you came down the wire of a game, 4th quarter, you've got 2 people fouled out with 2 more sitting at 4 fouls, and you're sitting there like, are we going to be able to finish this game with 5 players? And that's certainly something that you don't want to be worrying about on the court as a coach or as a player. And you'd like to limit those down enough to where you can just kind of come out and just play your game, make sure that you've adapted, and just get your flow back, get the mojo, as I like to say. With that being said, we'll go ahead and take a quick break here, and we'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live right after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Now getting into some of the starting lineups here as we look across the court. First off, from the Greyhounds, starting it off at number 11, the 5'3" sophomore from Kiev, Ukraine, Sofia Fedina. Number 14, the 5'11" sophomore forward from Garnett, Kansas, Caitlin Foltz. Number 15, the 5'8" freshman guard from Anadarko, Oklahoma, Ashley Pula. Number 21, the 5'8" sophomore forward from Sperry, Oklahoma, Haley Edmondson. And rounding out that squad, number 32, the 6-foot freshman center from Fayetteville, Arkansas, Mariah Moss. On the other side of things, we'll go ahead and go in reverse order. Number 33, the 6'2" freshman out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, Delaney Crawford. Number 35, the 6'2" sophomore out of St. Paul, Minnesota, Matea Henry. Number 12, the 5'8" sophomore out of Shreveport, Louisiana, Shankora Moore. Number 2, the 5'10" freshman out of Rockwall, Texas, Aubriana Yelverton. And rounding out that squad is number 11, the 5'8" freshman from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Jordan Searles, excuse me. Getting set for the opening tip here on Fort Scott Sports Live. If you're just tuning in, I'm Drake Miller here, joined with Michael in the booth. Getting set, both of these teams in search of their 4th win of the season. And here we go, Foltz out there joined by the center for Labette County, Delaney Crawford. It looks like Mariah Moss will actually start on the bench. I don't know if that is to keep her out of foul trouble or whatnot. As they work it inside, Crawford gets the opening bucket. A quick one at that to put 2 on the board for Labette County. Rousseau up at the points. Pula takes a 3, can't get it to go. It's rebounded by Labette County's Searles down the floor. Work it around with Klabund. Down low, Crawford trying again, this time nothing. Made the mid-ranger earlier and now draws a blank on that attempt. Edmondson on the far side wing. She's gonna pull the trigger on a 3, can't go. Rousseau gets fouled on her way back up, and that will be shooting 2. The foul goes against Klabund, or excuse me, Klabundi. And now Rousseau with a chance to tie this game up at 2 apiece. First one off the back iron.
Yeah, Drake, just a defensive breakdown there by Labette. They didn't block out the backside defender, the attacker, so she had a free rebound to get the second chance effort.
Noticed Crawford, oh goodness. A lane violation, which is something that has come up quite a few times here for the Greyhounds. Got to make sure you're staying out, and that was the lone point so far, now null and void. But like you were saying, Michael, I noticed Crawford was not down low when that rebound came in. It was a good shot selection out of Edmondson to notice that the center was out of position, and Rousseau was able to battle through. She's second tallest player out there right now. Pua scanning, trying to set up the offense as she works it over to Edmondson. Pascal's going to hit the scores table. Looking to check in, and Moss will follow in suit. Fedina on the far side wing, driving down the left side. Her shot blocked, and it's taken away by Yelverton. Down the floor with Klabundi as she looks to knife her way down the left side. Can't go, and it's rebounded by Foltz. Back-to-back quick possessions out of both of these teams, and it's out of bounds. Last touched by the Cardinals.
And you can see Pula just trying to push the court there, trying to get some transition opportunity against this Labette County Cardinal team. They've shown some strong defense in this first couple minutes, so just trying to beat them out in transition, trying to steal a bucket.
Inbound from Pascal as she checks in along with Moss. Rousseau and Fedina hit the bench for the time being. As Pula's shot is blocked, she has to hit the deck to try and grab the ball. Jump ball forced out of her. And I can't grab the number, but it looks to be Jinkora Moore. She's down for a little bit of an extended period, but this will stick with the Greyhounds. Still a 2-0 score here in Arnold Arena as Pascal works it in. Moss gonna try her shot from under the basket. It gets blocked. Pascal finds an open three, dances on the rim, and out into the hands of the Cardinals. Loose ball once again as a head-to-head collision leaves Moore rattled on the opposite side. Pula pulls up for a short range two, rebounded by Foltz, and we've got a foul at the block.
Great job by Caitlin Foltz there to crash the basket and transition behind Pula to get the easy second chance effort, but was fouled, so she couldn't go up with it.
So Moore is going to take a seat for Labette County. Like I said, it looked like she collided head-to-head with Pascal. Pascal recovered quickly as we see the Edmondson missed three. Now almost 3 minutes into the quarter, and we've only seen one bucket fall through the rim. Klabundi working up top, gets it down low, and that one can't find the bottom of the bucket either. O'Neal, the new sub, draws only rim. So Greyhounds once again looking to tie or take the lead here. Pula from the elbow, that's blocked and taken away by the Cardinals as Moss was fighting for it. Now she'll make a break to get back on D. Underneath, O'Neal's shot, no, nothing again. Just a dry spell here on the floor as Pascal's gonna get called for a walk, and too many turnovers for both of these squads.
Just a dry spell for both teams offensively. You'd think there's a lid in the bucket for Fort Scott right now. Struggling to find a bucket. They haven't found one yet.
Subbing in for Labette County is Matea Henry for Delaney Crawford. Klabundi works it over to Searles. Now Klabundi with it again, trying to drive the left side. Takes a mid-range two, off the rim and out. Rebound Foltz. Foltz hands it off over to Moss at the point. Now down low. Moss scanning for a passing lane. Fedina for three. Can't go. Rebound is fought for and Foltz recovers. Edmondson, now Fedina once again on the far side. They'll continue to work the perimeter here with a fresh shot clock. 10 seconds now as Moss will get called for the travel. Bucket did not fall, so probably didn't cost anything here, but man, oh man.
Both teams playing very strong stand-up defense. It's just pose a threat offensively for both these teams.
Klabundi, step back three, lets it fly, and it's off the rim and out of bounds.
You can see the Cardinals are trying to do a little self-creation, trying to open some shots up for themselves. On their side of the ball, it hasn't worked for them. For Fort Scott, we have great off-ball movement, just haven't been able to execute our plays and haven't been able to get the shots to fall down with the open opportunities.
I mean, just based on ball handling skill alone, you can tell Bundy is kind of that team leader for the Cardinals. She's been taking the most shots so far, just none of them able to fall. Edmondson works it in. Moss takes a jumper, gets her own rebound. It's blocked. The putback, third chance. And it finally draws a 2 over halfway into this first quarter. Another 2. Oh no, that was a pass underneath. A great look from Henry. As a quick answer comes from the Cardinals. Work it to the elbow with Foltz. Back out, Edmondson for 3. No dice. Foltz gets the rebound. Back out. Fadina this time. Gets it.
Great job by Padina to relocate after the third chance opportunity, and another great job by Foltz. She's got 3 or 4 offensive rebounds early on. It's created a lot of extra chance opportunities for Fort Scott.
It has been a fighting effort underneath the basket from both of these teams. But I'll tell you what, Moss and Foltz, as well as Rousseau, doing a great job managing the Cardinals through the first half of quarter number 1. We'll take a break and we'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high quality video and
we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live here in Arnold Arena. It's a 5-4 score, under double digits so far between these two teams. A slow first quarter is what it has been, but as of recent, couple buckets made. Both of these teams trying to get the spark going, and that timeout really kind of killed some momentum for both Labette and Fort Scott. We'll see if that is the truth. We've got a foul on that shot coming off the hands of Moore, who had a couple collisions before she was checked out for a minute or so. Now back on the floor for the Cardinals. First one is no good.
Yeah, Moore just had the first step on Rousseau the whole way there. Beat her off the dribble off the inbound pass, and Pascal was just a step too late to close her out and got the foul and gave her the 2 shots.
Up to a 5-5 score as Fadina receives the pass. Tie ball game. Fadina looking to break the tie. Mid-range 2. Dances and doesn't go. Foltz with the putback. Oh my goodness. Couldn't have been closer. Bundy down the floor. Gives it off. 3 chance from the Cardinals. Won't go. Moore grabbed the rebound but loses it promptly. And now back down the floor for the Greyhounds. Pula, who is checked back in for the time being. Takes a 3, far side, yes!
And that's what happens when you find Pula open space around the arc. She's going to make you pay.
Both Pula and Fadina, sharp shooters on this team. A lot of real good shooters. Edmondson when she starts to find her groove. Pascal as well is capable of putting those up. But Labette County has drawn a blank from the perimeter so far. A majority of the Greyhounds points, though, coming from that area. Pascal, as I was speaking about her, drops one in herself.
And that's thanks to the confidence they have going into the shot. You can see all 3 shots we've made, they've stepped into with confidence and shot it with no regrets.
Running the 2-3 zone here for the Greyhounds. As they work it over, Clubundy now for Yelverton, air ball 3. Poolah grabs the board, and now we'll work it with Pascal to get it down the floor. Over to Foltz. Foltz back out, and now around to Pascal. Fadina to Foltz inside, and we've got a walk underneath as Foltz switched pivot foots. So she will check out for Mariah Moss. Six-point game as it stands. Long 2 possessions for the Cardinals. As Clubundy step back 2, gets it.
And that's a threat that Labette has. Clubundy and O'Neal both, there's kind of like the 2-headed monster for Labette County. They average 40 points together in the backcourt, so they're going to be able to have that shot-creating ability.
Poolah takes a long 2 herself and answers immediately for the Greyhounds.
Thankfully for the Greyhounds, we have one of those monsters ourselves. Poolah can score at any level that she wants.
Yelverton inside. Crawford's shot won't fall. And now the quick transition from the Greyhounds as they are moving fast. Pascal tries again from 3. No dice, Yelverton with the rebound. Now trying to drive quickly, kick out Clubundy. Crawford now back out. A little in-out offense and a big 3 as O'Neal hits it and then kind of shows it to the bench. As Coach Sturgis is telling the official, you can't do that. That is taunting out of O'Neal, and the buzzer sounds. It's a 3-point game. 10-13 is the score as Labette work their way back into this one. We'll take a break and we'll be right back with the second quarter.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Rasp gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong?
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, and after a quick little research, seems like it's up to the officials' discretion as to whether it is an unsportsmanlike gesture in the celebration of a made 3-pointer toward the opposing bench. So mostly
And if I had to speculate, the next time she does it, it's going to be called because I saw her give a little warning from the official during the timeout after the break. So if you see that again, Fort Scott, just stay mental, stay level-headed, let Labette give themselves self-inflicted injuries.
They work it to Fultz up top. Greyhounds working on the perimeter per usual. This is the style of offense they like. A little bit of motion down under and then back around as Pua grabs another 2 just to keep on tacking on.
What's so special about Pulaw's offense is that it's so simple. She does one move and she gets to where she wants to be on the court and she goes scores it.
And a late whistle comes in. Klabundi on the drive. Foul called against Sophia Fedina as Klabundi will head to the line to shoot free throws. First one is off the iron.
With that being said, the fouls that Fort Scott have committed have been very, very few so far in this half.
Yeah, and not to mention, I would say, effective fouls, not wasted. So a lot of those times you see on transition offenses, people get a little too handsy trying to poke the ball away. That seems like a wasted foul. It was something that you just thought was a bit unnecessary. And then you've got the shooting foul, and I feel like those ones, as long as you prevent the shot, usually worth it. And Moss now will get fouled on the underneath. Crawford not happy with that call.
Not at all. This is going to be a fun matchup to watch all night. You can see Mariah Moss not afraid, never is, to take it to her defender and make a defender with all of her might.
And this entire Labette side is being very vocal. A bit of a discussion there between officials to, I believe they were saying, keeping an eye on Moss and Crawford and their interactions. So making sure that they all know what's going on. Fultz gets an interception back the other direction. Edmondson back to Pua. Pua for 3, and yes, gets another one. 18-11. As Pula grows the lead to 7. And stepping out of bounds is O'Neal.
And it's best case scenario for Fort Scott. If you can force turnovers, that is a huge help towards your offense. If you can score off those turnovers, that lead's going to get bigger, and it's going to make it much easier for you to rest and play that, sit in that zone defense.
Coach Gabby Cortez vocalizing her frustration. She thought there was a travel on the Pula 3 earlier, as well as she was not too happy with not getting a foul call on the other side. Just very much so voicing the frustration. And for Labette County, it just keeps piling on. Another turnover with Moore hitting the deck and then giving the ball up. They work it inside. Moss tries and gets fouled again. And Crawford is on the brink of getting teed up here. She's got to reel in her emotions.
No, as you said, they're very vocal, very animated about what they feel like after the play. And when Mariah Moss, you can see she's as level-headed as ever. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's playing right into Labette's playing right into Mariah Moss's hands, and this could get ugly quick if Labette doesn't figure it out mentally.
Well, and not only playing into Mariah Moss's hands, but playing into the frustration of Labette County, really kind of attacking them emotionally. And taking advantage of kind of that frustration on that side, as it seems to be kind of breaking this team down and making things a little more difficult for them, as now they have to sub Crawford out for a moment, and that's one of their top rebounders. She's got 2 fouls right now. Working the underneath was Yelverton. Her shot was blocked. Takeaway for the Greyhounds. As they work it to Moss once more, kick out to Pascal, and Pascal will step out of bounds on her way into the paint.
Yeah, that's just those turnovers you can't commit if you're Fort Scott. You got to take advantage of all the opportunities you have to make the lead bigger.
Well, not to mention you had all the momentum kind of in your favor. It felt like you could do no wrong on both offense and defense. Clabundi takes a long two, no dice. Pascal with the rebound, and now Greyhounds kind of restoring that control and dominance over the game here as they're going to slow things down. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Moss is going to set a screen up top. Edmondson. Work it to Moss at the elbow. Fultz underneath. Drops in a two. Gets the Greyhounds into the 20s with just over 6:30 to go here in the second quarter. Shot from O'Neal off the glass and in. Bank two for Nia O'Neal.
That's one thing Fort Scott, along with Caden Fultz, does so well is move off the ball. They create themselves so much more opportunities on offense by moving off the ball like what she's doing right now.
And Fultz gets fouled once more underneath the bucket. And here is Yelverton down for an extended period as they're going to send Jordan Searles. Yelverton sporting that brace on her left knee, and you got to worry it's got something to do with it. Of course, hoping for the health of all players throughout this contest. It looks like she's pointing at her right knee, actually, so we'll keep you posted on that. Fultz's first does not drop, as they're actually going to move Rousseau back on defense to just give them a bit of a step ahead of Labette County.
Don't need to commit those extra fouls, especially now that Moss is not in there and try to fight for that rebound outmanned.
And it looks like they're running kind of a 1-3-1 here on defense. And another takeaway. Pula gets the steal. Flips it over. Fadina, the pass is taken away by O'Neal, who underhand lays it in. A little bit of a bonus two there for Labette County. Cardinals are finding points just enough to keep themselves in this game. Edmondson finds herself for three. Wow, the perimeter is really opened up here for the Greyhounds.
There's that off ball movement that Fort Scott's been doing so well in this first half, and as long as that cashing in on their three-point shots.
Got a foul on the floor here as that goes against, trying to see, it looks like Rousseau is who will be charged with that foul. Pass gets inbounded to Clabundi, who takes a three. A little bit strong on that try, and now Greyhounds take over again. It has been one and done when it comes to shots for Labette County on offense. Just unable to get offensive rebounds and second chance opportunities. Pula, short range, can't go. Touched out of bounds, last by O'Neal.
Yeah, I think you said it best. The boxing out by Fort Scott has been stellar. They've done a great job of not allowing second chance efforts, and on offense creating many second and third chance efforts.
4:59 on the clock. We'll take a media timeout here, and we'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live, presented by Crawcan after this.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Fort State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do...
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live here in Arnold Arena. It's been an eventful one so far, with the first quarter being a little bit slow, but the second has certainly accelerated things. 24-15 score. It's a 9-point lead for the Greyhounds in search of the first double-digit lead so far tonight.
Right there, as you can see, offensively, I feel like the biggest woe for Fort Scott has been dictating their passes. They haven't done a great job of getting their passes there quick enough and being decisive.
Here's Foltz, long range 2, swirls out and rebounded by the Cardinals. Back the other direction with Klobundy. Now over to Crawford, who's back in the game. O'Neal tries to kick it down low to Crawford. It's taken away by Fedina.
And that's what she does best. She takes her hands to the ball so well without committing a foul and creating steals. It's so impressive.
Edmondson 3, hard off the rim. Won't go. Foltz gets the takeaway. Looking for somebody to get back on offense as the quick transition to D. At least you can say they were a step ahead on defense, but we're certainly not expecting that shift to happen so quickly, and now Foltz will be headed to the line once again.
And at different points in time in this game, you can see the amount of discipline and mental fortitude that's been built along the season for Fort Scott. They don't commit fouls. They slide so well. They communicate on defense. Offensively, they know where everybody's going to be at. They make that extra pass, and they fight for the ball, like I said, without committing fouls and harming your team.
Foltz. First is flat off the front of the rim. See if she can make the adjustment here. And does not quite, but another lane violation. This time it actually goes against the Cardinals. So a bit of a retry, and kind of unfortunate there as Moss was able to gather the rebound. And that one goes. Labette County with a 10-point deficit now as it stands. Klobundy trying to work her way inside, and another pickpocket there from Caitlin Foltz. Fedina looking to pull up early. Now Edmondson. Fedina's pass nearly poked away as the Greyhounds recover. Foltz now in the paint. Back out, Pascal for 3. Won't go, it's rebounded by Yelverton.
Another great offensive possession by Fort Scott, using 27 seconds of the shot clock and finding a high percentage shot. Just wasn't able to execute that time.
That goes against Jada Pascal. Her second, third team. So keep in mind that the Greyhounds actually are in bonus right now, as this next foul from Labette County will be at 5. Rebound is into the hands of Crawford. Crawford pulls up from a short range, won't go, and it's rebounded by Pula. Edmondson works it in. Foltz gets her with a pump fake. Can't get on the first try, and now she is fouled after the rebound. It's the third foul on Delaney Crawford. And that will put Foltz at the line.
And that's a big foul for Fort Scott. That takes Crawford out of the game. That gives Moss more reign to force herself down low and get easy opportunities offensively. And defensively, that takes away almost any chance of second chance opportunities.
Foltz is first. Good to go. And the second follows in suit. Bumps it up to a 12-point lead as Rousseau checks in for Foltz. Down the floor here for Club Bundy. Over to O'Neal, and now they continue to work the top. O'Neal takes a three and swirls itself in. Good from range. Brings it back to the single digits for this Labette County deficit.
And if you're the Greyhounds, you have to expect that O'Neal have just 19 points a game. You know those points are going to come at some point in time.
And Rousseau now getting fouled underneath. As Moore showing her frustration. The official was keeping a close eye on her as it looked like she was about to slam the ball into the court.
That's more of that frustration playing into this Labette side. Keep staying level-headed, and Fort Scott need to make sure they do that. Let Labette play into their hands and potentially get some technical fouls down the road and get some easy free throws.
And Rousseau goes 2 for 2 on that visit. As a bit of a mishap on defense. Saw the switch up there at the end as Pula came from the base to try and play up and left an empty space. As this ball is tipped, Moss collects it at the foul stripe. Kicks back out, Fadina from the point. Yes! Another three from Sophia Fadina.
Fadina, just a phenomenal, like I said earlier, off-ball mover. She does it the best. Relocated to the top to keep it nobody's contesting her and drained the three-pointer.
O'Neal answers with a two. As frustrations continue to be vocalized from both players and Coach Cortez of Labette County. Moss flings it cross court. Edmondson for the triple. Can't go. Rousseau, yeah! Another two from underneath. This time Rousseau's the one to collect it. Clabundi trying to find space, works it to O'Neal, and O'Neal will be fouled at the block. Mariah Moss had to step up.
We've seen some of the best chances come from that back cut. Fort Scott is getting beat behind their own zone defense under the basket. If Fort Scott has to keep their peripheral vision, they have to use all part of their vision. Don't let defenders get behind them in a 2-3 defense.
Rebounded by the Greyhounds after the second missed free throw. Pua down the floor, over to Fadina. Moss grabs the loose ball, but tries to flip it out to Edmondson, right into the hands of Yelverton. try to work it over, loose ball from Searles. Now Clabundi looking to drive off the glass and nothing as the buzzer sounds. 23-34, it's an 11-point lead here in Arnold Arena. As we head into halftime, we'll be right back with halftime stats and analysis after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at bigironauctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganachi!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganachi!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Rask gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at VarsitySportsLive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace it.
On for the halftime show here, presented by Big Iron Auctions. You can contact them at 1-800-937-3558 or check them out on www.bigiron.com. And as we get set for the second half, let's go ahead and roll through what happened in this first half. And seriously, it has been eventful. This has been one of the more eventful halves that we've seen from the ladies Greyhound basketball here in Arnold Arena. Just seeing that the season hasn't been as successful as they may have wanted it to, but so far with an 11-point lead going into the third quarter right now, looking good on all the stat categories, and things have just been really going in their favor.
Yes, it has, and I forgot to mention this earlier, Drake. This is a chance for them to get their first home win of the season. So Fort Scott, I can't imagine they want it more than ever right now. They're already 3-12. The best thing you can 3-11. Excuse me. The best thing you can fight for right now is self-morality and finish their season strong. They looked great in this first half. They've limited. The only thing they've done is made the minor mistakes that Labette has capitalized on. Besides that, they've played a flawless brand of basketball offensively and defensively. And if they can play another half of that basketball, I'm pretty confident we can find our first home win.
Well, and you kind of hit the nail on the head there with the Labette County team just capitalizing on the errors, and that has been Labette's success, is being able to counterattack on any kind of flaw that this Fort Scott team has, and then of course sprinkling in a couple of just kind of manufactured success here and there as well. That really has been their solution right now. And so for the Greyhounds, going into this second half, I would say as long as you're limiting your issues on the floor, turnovers, giveaways, fouls even, you're probably going to end up being all right, just continuing on this style of basketball going into the second half. What the good thing for Labette County right now is that they're getting this extended break. They're cooling down a little bit. We saw the emotions starting to get very, very high there in the second quarter, and that can take away from a basketball team. That can take away morale. It can take away momentum, and it can really depreciate what a team is capable of doing on the floor and start to think about what's not going on the floor, or what is going on the floor that's not going in your favor. Got to start thinking positively going into this second half. Fort Scott, obviously, they're in that mindset. When you're winning, it's a lot easier. But for Labette County, bouncing back is going to be key, and you'd like to do it pretty quickly.
That's for sure. Yeah, Labette County, what you got to do is you got to control the controllables. They haven't done any of that. They've let the controllables control them. They've gotten so in their head that when you're down by 11 going into halftime, it is that much harder to get level-headed and work on that comeback down double digits into the second half away from your home court. They got a tall task ahead of them.
Well, talking about some key players here, it's been a one-man show for Labette pretty much, and that has been Nyjah O'Neal. She's put up 15 so far, 6 for 9 from the field, 2 for 3 from three-pointer, and 1 for 2 from the stripe with 2 rebounds and an assist as well. Clabundy's been a great facilitator, being able to work that ball around, 4 assists. That's the top of her team right now. And then 3 points on top of that. Crawford and Henry with 2, and Moore with 1 herself. So it's really been O'Neal. So just kind of looking at that, I'm sure Coach Sturgis has been able to see that and go, hey, O'Neal's their top scorer. Let's shut her down, keep her out of the base, because she's been kind of sneaky, being able to get down low at times when Fort Scott hasn't really expected it. So as long as you can shut her down, it seems like Labette's scoring is pretty much non-existent. On the Fort Scott side, a little more of an even distribution. Every single player has gotten a bucket from the floor so far. Right now it's been Pulaw shooting real well from the floor, 2 for 3 from 3, and 4 for 8 from the floor. 2 for 3 from 3 for Fadina as well. Those have been her points so far. She's been empty on inside of the perimeter, but hey, what's it matter if you're hitting them from deep? And then Foltz with 5 points herself, Rousseau with 4, Pascal, Edmondson, and Moss with 3. Those being, Edmondson and Pascal coming from three-pointers, Moss, her 3 coming from a bucket underneath, as well as a free throw. Free throw shooting, I think, has been kind of the crutch here tonight. A lot of opportunity left out there for Fort Scott, as they've missed 8 so far in this first half. That's a big difference in an 11-point game. Being able to just get even half of those, boosted up to a 15-point game, big difference. For Labette County, they also have around a 50% percentage from the free throw line, sitting at 3 for 6, as opposed to 6 of 14 for Fort Scott, but only 3 misses. Not as much potential there, but you think about, once again, 11-point game, you make those 3, make it an 8-point game. It could mean the difference in a win and a loss.
That's for sure. Yeah, Fort Scott, what I want to say, that box score, if you didn't catch the first half, that box score should show you that everybody on this Fort Scott team has played their role to a T. Everybody's moved off the ball where they're supposed to. Everybody's in sync. Everybody's boxed out. Everybody's scored their shots when they needed to. Everybody's just executed all around. And this Fort Scott team has played an exceptional first half. What you got to hope is that they can carry it on to the second half.
Yeah, and just looking at the box score, like you said, They won the first quarter, they won the second quarter. Now it's all about winning each quarter, trying to keep yourself in the lead and just kind of resetting your mindset every single quarter. Obviously, if you do that, you're gonna win the game. But you got 11 points to play with, so if the third quarter doesn't pan out the way you want to, this team surely is a fourth quarter fighting team. They really get gritty coming down the stretch. So if things don't pan out their way in the third, I'm sure Labette County will still have their hands full in the fourth. So we'll go ahead and take a break here on I almost said Labette County. Fort Scott Sports Live. I was talking about Labette County. We'll take a break here on Fort Scott Sports Live, and we'll be right back after this for the second half of play.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division.
Back on for the third quarter. It's an 11-point game. If you're just tuning in, I'm Drake here, joined with Michael for this second half. Labette County has got their hands full. We'll see if things have started to mellow out a little bit for this squad as well, as they seem to be a bit rejuvenated headed into this third quarter. Pula starts with it for the Greyhounds. Kick out, Fedina finds herself mid-range two, off the iron, no dice. And it continues to be kind of the crutch for Fedina, only being successful from the perimeter. And a quick drive from Yelverton strikes first for the Cardinals.
Yeah, Fedina is so talented at creating herself opportunities to score. It's just this game, she's just had a hard time at converting.
So her pass taken away. That was Henry with the steal underneath, as Clabundi works with Yelverton. Up top, Moore trying to find a driving lane, and everything is pretty well shut off. Henry's just kind of a pillar up there, supplying some screens on the defenders. Another bucket from Labette County, and they are starting off hot. 4-0 start. Fedina, three ball, no good. And Moss is gonna check in, as the Greyhounds are not collecting rebounds at the rate that Coach Sturgis would like it. And you hate to let things get out of hand before making a change. Rebound and put back from Henry, and that won't go as it teases its way. And now Coach Sturgis is going to call a timeout. She wants to get Moss right into the game. So we will step aside for a moment, and we'll be right back after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From football field to
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live. As we are back from break. Seven-point game, 4-0 start for Labette County as Mariah Moss will take the court now. Rousseau takes a seat on the bench as they're going to draw something up here on offense. Moss trying to work the underneath, and she does so successfully. Gets a quick 2. As Yelverton trying to answer, it dribbles off of the rim and out. Back the other way for the Greyhounds. Foltz, long 2, batted away by Fedina, but into the hands of Crawford. Now back the other way. Cardinals trying to put up a shot, and it's Clubundy collecting another 2 on fast break points, which have been to the advantage of Labette County right now. As we look at the stats, points off of turnovers, sitting at 6 for Labette County. Edmondson for the triple. No dice, and it's rebounded by Clubundy. Clubundy tries to go coast to coast and does not get the bucket, but is fouled on her way.
What you're noticing from Labette County is coming out of the second half, they're trying to speed that pace up, recognizing that Fort Scott has a small bench and they're in foul trouble. They're pushing the pace offensively, led by Clubundy, getting to the rack and forcing those fouls to rack up as well.
First one is good from Clubundy. Only a 6-point game now, and a chance to cut it over half, and does not, but nearly half of that lead gone from Fort Scott. As we dip inside of 7 minutes remaining here in the third. Fedina, pass inside, Moss! Able to turn around and drop in a 2.
A great play call and a great job by Foltz to seal off the defender from Moss to get a wide open layup.
And a player control foul as Searles was driving and collided with Moss. Moss with some great awareness to just play on her feet. I saw that one develop as soon as Searles started to drive.
Moss is such a key contributor to this Fort Scott team offensively and defensively for the things like that. She does all the little things right. She'll get down. She will get down and get a charge for Fort Scott.
Foltz and Edmondson on the outside as they get it over to Fedina. Fedina looking for an inside look. And Moss will get called for a travel. A little bit of happy feet underneath the rim.
You can notice when Moss struggles on offensively when she gets down low and she makes that first post move. She struggles to keep that pivot foot down and keep that pivot foot established and not travel.
Clawbundy, step back three is short. And now Pascal takes off. Speed dribble down the floor and makes her way underneath for another two.
Great job, Peg Pascal. Recognize the numbers and have the speed against the defender and attack the basket for an easy two.
O'Neal tries for her shot at a three, and a foul on the floor as Moss, I think, was going down and trying to use Henry to keep her up.
Yeah, Moss just had bad box out technique there. Henry got the best of her, and that foul saved 2 points, so it's not too bad.
Second foul from Mariah Moss, and Clawbundy will step out of bounds on the sideline. Yet another unforced error there from Labette County. And in a moment where you had all the momentum, just giving it right back to the Greyhounds. Edmondson finds herself the trifecta. Can't go. Rebounded by the Cardinals, O'Neal. Clawbundy finds a driving lane, trying to kick it back out, and she is fouled on the floor. With that, we will step aside for a moment as we will take our media timeout in the under 5 for quarter number 3. We'll be right back after this.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Rass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment.
It's 7-7 here in Arnold Arena. 5 minutes remaining in the third. Both teams with limited bench space have been giving it their all here on the floor, and neither of which has really come up short on this. On the scoring side, as a little curious, I thought the foul was on the floor, but it looks like they've deemed this one a shooting foul.
I'm wondering the same thing. I don't know how she got to the line exactly.
Guessing on her step through, she was making an effort towards the bucket, so. Pascal tries to work it down low to Rousseau, and it's knocked out of bounds by the Cardinals.
And you can see the difference in the offensive power they have down low when Moss is off the court.
Inbound to Fultz. They work it to Rousseau in the corner, back up top to Pascal. Pascal again trying to work it to Rousseau. This time it's cleanly taken away. O'Neal plays wide receiver there on Fadina and then gets fouled underneath.
A great job of hustling back by Patinia, but just unable to get rid of that contact and have her feet set when she was contesting the shot. But like you mentioned earlier, what they do is such a great job as when they foul, they make good fouls. And she has to earn those 2 points now instead of getting a wide open layup under the basket.
Fadina charged with her second foul of the game. And after that free throw, Labette County sits 2 of 9, now 3 of 10 from the stripe. Or no, excuse me, 6 of 12. So still at that 50%. Another miss there from Fultz. Cardinals working it down the floor. Here's Henry. A jet sweep to O'Neal and a no-look pass. Goes out of bounds.
It's a great job by Fort Scott staying disciplined and not letting her go free around that jet sweep pass. I don't know how that fell into Labette County's hands, but Fort Scott, if they just got to stay disciplined and don't let this affect them.
Well, I'm a little lost here. I thought it was pretty evident that O'Neal was the last to touch it there. Bundy almost breaks her own ankles there as she hit the floor.
You know when you're playing great defense when you force the attacker to break her own ankles.
Pula up to Pascal. Rousseau at the elbow, kick out, Pula for 3. Gets it. Splashed in, another 3 for Ashley Pula.
Picking up right where she left off. Just such a danger behind the arc.
And blocking foul underneath. Draws the and 1 for Yelverton. Pula guilty.
Pula, while she may have had her feet set, you just cannot have a charge right there because you're in that restricted area. Just a mishap defensively by Fort Scott and Pula.
Good bucket there from Yelverton to convert on the 3-point chance. 8-point game as it stands. Pascal at the top. Rousseau looking underneath. Tries to drive and it's blocked by Henry. On the fast break, Bundy to Henry and another drop in 2. Brings it to a 6-point game as Sturgis wants a timeout here with just under 3 to go. We'll take a break and we'll be right back after this.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Labette County has managed to make this one a 6-point game as Pula gets the call on the near side wing. Working it to Edmondson in the corner for 3. Can't get it. Pascal is hustling for that rebound from the opposite side, but Labette County takes over. Bundy tries down low. It's off the knees of Rousseau. And now a foul up top.
Now, if you're Fort Scott, you're starting to see a couple of these more controllable fouls come into play here. A couple of off-ball fouls, loose ball fouls, restricted area fouls. That's where you're going to start getting that see that foul count reach higher in those around that 4 and 5 area, and that's where you start getting real danger.
Pascal is the first player for Fort Scott to enter foul trouble here, as she is up to 3 now. And it's now only a 4-point game. All of a sudden, Moss kick out, her pass taken away by O'Neal. Now a chance for the Cardinals to create a 1-possession game here. Clubundy out to O'Neal for 3, splashes it home.
And we saw O'Neal shooting that shot right there in that spot of the perimeter from warm-up, so that's her hot spot. And for Fort Scott, you cannot let her shoot from there.
Another errant pass there from Pascal. Take away for Labette County, and another 3. That was to take the lead. Rebound, Jada Pascal. Pua feeling some pressure here on the opposite side of the floor. Now that 2-3 defense working very well for the Cardinals, but a behind-the-back pass. Mariah Moss getting a little flashy with it.
And that's that spark Fort Scott needs to gain that momentum back and take care of this ball game again.
Once again, another 5-point game. Moss gets down and dirty for it. Off to Pua, the foul, and she's headed to the line for 2. Sturgis telling Moss she loves it.
And those last couple possessions can be credited to Mariah Moss alone. That tenacity and that grit that she's bringing, that creativity, is bringing that spark back to Fort Scott and giving them life again.
She is working hard, and we do have a Labette County player. And that is going to be Matea Henry, who is helped off the floor. She is not in good shape.
Visible pain.
Yeah, that is a concern for Labette County.
Yeah, if you're Labette County, that hurts you down low. She was a great threat. She was guarding Mariah Moss right there. She was helping Crawford rejuvenate and get some stamina for this back half of this third quarter.
Well, and I'll tell you what, she was doing really well, was working with the guards, both, all 3 of them. You had Yelverton, Clubundy, and O'Neal, who were all very well synchronized with Henry, being able to just work around that perimeter. We saw the elevator screen over here on the close wing. Like you said, that was O'Neal's hot spot, and I was watching her direct it the entire time. That's going to be a big loss for Labette County.
She was one of those level-headed characters as well, so that get hurt in the mental capacity there too.
And now you've got Crawford back in the game, who we have seen with some visible frustration, now back into a close game where things are gonna matter. We'll see if she's freshened up a little bit. Clubundy drove down low. Moss gets called for the foul, and now I think Moss is gonna be in a bit of trouble. This puts her at 3. So Moss has gotta check her hands from now on, as you do not want her to foul out if you're Coach Sturgis.
Yeah, that's when you start getting the problems with this 6-7-man rotation. You really have to be disciplined, especially in the second half. That first half's a lot easier. The second half where you start getting in trouble.
Clubundy goes 2 for 2, 3-point game right now. Over to Fedina. 30 seconds on the game clock, 20 on shot clock. Moss looking to drive, kick out, Pula. Back across, Edmondson drives inside, over to Foltz, mid-range two, bingo.
Beautiful ball movement by Fort Scott there. They were able to make the extra pass again and again and again, and they got the open 15-footer.
5-point game. Clubundy for three. Can't get it. And we've got an off-ball foul here as Moss extended her arms on Delaney Crawford. You cannot do that. And that's actually going to bring free throws on a situation where they had a 2-on-1 underneath. Not only that, but now Moss is at 4 fouls.
Yeah, that's the most detrimental mistake that Fort Scott has made all game, I'd argue. You had a chance to go into the fourth quarter of a 5-point lead, and Mariah Moss with only 3 fouls. Now you're going to the fourth quarter with what looks to be a 4-point lead right now, potentially a 3-point lead, and Mariah Moss with 4 fouls.
Costly one and very preventable at that. Even if Labette County managed to peel that rebound away, there was just no way they were getting a shot off in 3 seconds. Bit of a mental lapse there, but you got to work past it. This team has shown some grit in fourth quarter situations, tried to bring themselves back into a couple of games here and there. And now we will see if they can hang on to a game as they obtained a 3-point lead. We'll see right after this on Fort Scott Sports Live.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
On Fort Scott Sports Live, the Cardinals will start off with the ball here. As O'Neal will inbound it to Clubundy and get this last 10 minutes underway. Crawford, and she's called for a travel, picked up her pivot. And that rule is you cannot remove your pivot foot without passing or shooting. That has to be the step through there, or it is a travel. You can't lay the dribble down. Clubundy gets a takeaway, drops in another 2. Now a 1-point game.
Great job by Poolaw there. Yes, she committed the turnover, but not committing the foul.
Foltz takes a mid-range jumper and answers in due time. Both teams right now on pace to break their averages by a good margin as well in this contest. O'Neal tries a fading 2, rebounded by Foltz. Now the transition down the floor as Fadina gets the deep ball, and now over to Poolaw from the point, off the glass. Looked like she didn't get her hands on the ball properly. And now Clubundy tried to work past some physicality, and not a great shot there from the Cardinals. And another takeaway. This is just pure chaos on both sides of the floor. O'Neal drops in a 2, brings it back to 1 point.
This game is all out of sorts right now. Very wacky basketball. Both teams playing a little faster than their pace can handle right now. So Fort Scott, slow it down offensively and find a good shot.
Inside, Pascal at the elbow. Spin move, tries for an under the basket too, and it is blocked by Yelverton. Now Clubundy directing the offense, trying to find a way to take a lead here in the fourth. Cannot get the bucket. Crawford gets the rebound, puts it back up, and one. Called on probably the least physical of those 3 shots there, and puts Pascal in trouble now.
Yeah, that's the issue you have without Moss being in the game right there. You lose a lot of power and a lot of force down low. But with her checking back in, you got to hope she stays disciplined for these next 7.5 minutes. She's got a very tough opponent against her. Crawford cannot commit that 5th foul.
Crawford is off the mark on her free throw to try and bring it to a full possession there. Still a 1-point game. Labette County grabs their first lead, I think maybe all game, if I'm remembering correctly.
O'Neal has been in Mariah Moss's passing lanes all night, and it's come out in the second half quite a bit. Mariah Moss has got to do a better job of not being telegraphing that pass. O'Neal is looking to jump and steal it.
I actually stand corrected. This is the first lead since the 2-0 lead at the very beginning of the game for Labette County. Medina, mid-range jumper, won't go, and there's a foul called against Jancora Moore. That is Moore's 3rd. And looking across the list here on Labette County's side, 2 players in 3 foul territory with Crawford and Moore. Other than that, couple 2s and a 1. Moss underneath, can't get it. And now Labette County with a chance to extend on their lead. Clubundy on the perimeter looking to drive. Pass out to O'Neal. Now she drives and is fouled underneath by Edmondson. Edmondson gets called for her 2nd. Forces O'Neal to earn them from the foul stripe.
You can see the fatigue setting in on Edmondson. She's having a hard time moving her feet with the basketball and using her hands instead of her feet, and that's what causes her O'Neal to be at the line right now.
O'Neal gets the first to count. And Edmondson was hands to knees right there, trying to gather some energy as O'Neal goes perfect from the stripe there. Fort Scott, this entire game, was staring down the barrel of their first home victory. Now things are starting to get out of hand. You've got to recollect here. Fultz for 2. Can't go. Rebound Yelverton, and the fast break starts. She's going to slow things down and give it off to Clubundy as they set up the offense, and this has been nearly unstoppable for Labette County here in the 4th quarter and late 3rd. Out to Clubundy, driving, lays it in.
And that's the advantage Labette County has right now. Mariah Moss, yes, she's there down low, but she's more of a statue because she's trying her hardest not to pick up that 5th foul. So a simple side step will get you an open layup.
Pula for 3, gets it to go. And an attempt at kick-starting this offense here. Clubundy trying to work the underneath. Edmondson with a good tip, makes the ball into the hands of Fedina. And now Fort Scott with a chance to tie it up here. 2-point game, Moss working the underneath, and a jump ball called. It keeps possession with Fort Scott.
Mariah Moss just not able to recognize the double team, the defender on her back hip, who ended up causing the jump ball. She had a chance to survey the area, had a top of the key, Jaden Pula, who has a hot hand right now, wide open for a three-point shot.
Edmondson over to Pula for three to take the lead. It's rebounded by Moss. Kick out, back over, around. Fadina from the corner. No, and so close. And now Moss getting called for a foul there too, which will be the end of her time here tonight. I didn't see it, but what I saw didn't look like a foul. I don't know if there was maybe a little extra physicality there before. But man, oh man, what a hit there as Fadina was mere centimeters from taking the lead back for the Greyhounds.
Now, if you're Fort Scott, you have to get over that mental barrier. That hurts the team a lot, but you got to know how to get over that hump, and other players how to find a way to step up and stay in it.
Well, and if you're Labette County, you got to quit shooting yourself in the foot. Jancora Moore turns it over there with a travel. Gives Fort Scott another opportunity here. Off the foot of Matea Henry. And just kind of surveying the floor right now. Delaney Crawford is nowhere to be found.
That's a good point you make. I do not see her.
So interesting situation there. But we'll keep it here for this timeout. The under 5 media as she returns from the locker room. 2-point game as it sits. And it has been a very eventful half here. Just looking across at the box score between the third and the fourth. Labette County outscored Fort Scott by 8 in the third quarter, which was even to what Fort Scott was able to do in the second. And then Labette County has outscored Fort Scott by 5 here in the fourth. Fort Scott just needs to get that mojo back. They're on pace for 10 points this quarter, which would be their lowest scoring quarter this game. Lowest behind the first, which was 13.
Yeah, in these last couple minutes, that's not going to cut it. You got to find a way to play through Pula, play through your other players. Mariah Moss is out now. You got to have a lot stronger perimeter presence with Fadinia, Edmondson. They've all shown the capability to be able to shoot the basketball. They just got to step up and do it.
Inbound on the Greyhounds side. As Pula surveys, gets it in and over the back on Edmondson. As that's almost a little bit unfortunate for Labette County, as they had an easy fast break too coming down the floor, but now puts Fort Scott at 14 fouls for the quarter with almost a full 5 minutes to go. Shot goes up, comes back down into the hands of the Cardinals, fighting for it on the floor. Yelverton can't get it to fall either. Into the hands of Pula, and she'll slow things down here with Fadina.
A wild sequence of events that is very fortunate for Fort Scott to come out on top.
Yeah, and fortunate that they didn't get a soft foul call either. With all that physicality, that would have ended up in free throws. Probably should have had a couple of those rebounds before they eventually got it. Clabundi trying to drive, and we've got a lane violation, which will turn the ball over again. Labette County continues to give opportunity after opportunity here for Edmondson. Can't get it. Foltz fighting for the rebound between her and Moore. No dice there either. O'Neal to Clabundi. Inside to Moore, and we've got a foul called as Rousseau got a little bit handsy.
And if you're Fort Scott, you got the opportunity you wanted on the offensive side of the ball. It's just that lack of execution in the second half that has bit them in the butt. They haven't been able to make the shots when it matters.
Labette County with an opportunity that certainly matters here. Coming up. Missed on the first. And gets the second. Fadina on the perimeter with Pula. Pula looking for a lane inside. Finally gets it off to Fadina. 12 on the shot clock. Fadina nearly poked out. Pass over to Edmondson. This offense in shambles right now with a kickball violation underneath. 5 seconds on the shot clock. You've got to get something going. Too slow to develop.
That fatigue kicking in heavy right now. There was zero off-ball movement that possession. You can tell Fort Scott is really feeling it.
Pua looking for the inbound to Edmondson, who dribbles over, takes the three. No dice, and it's rebounded by Yelverton. This possession will take us inside of 3 minutes, as Pascal is going to head to the scores table here, looking to check in for the Greyhounds. Pass inside is tipped off the hands of Henry, and another opportunity here for Fort Scott. Got a timeout called on the floor, I believe.
I imagine they're going over the call that just happened.
They're deliberating the call. I don't know if they're looking to review this, and I think they are. I think they're going to go ahead and head to the review, so we will take a break for a minute, and we'll be right back.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important.
Question was whether or not Henry touched the ball after Fultz got the tip, and they said she did. So now Fort Scott subbed in Jada Pascal for Jasmine Rousseau. Into Fultz, back out Pula, inside of 10 on the shot clock. Fadina for the triple, tie game. 57 apiece here in Arnold Arena with just under 2:30 to go. And now Crawford is going to check in for Labette County here in this 30-second timeout. Looking at the foul counter here for Fort Scott. Obviously, Mariah Moss out of the game. Bonus for Labette County. And other players in trouble really just is Pascal, Edmondson at 3, Pascal at 4. That's all you really have to keep an eye on. Other than that, everybody at 2 or fewer, so not any immediate trouble just yet other than Pascal. And then for the Labette County side, they've been very good at keeping the foul count down, as they've only got 2 at 3 and 2 at 2. Other than that, no trouble for them. The 2 at 3 are Crawford and Moore.
In these last 2 minutes, if you're Fort Scott, you cannot allow transition opportunities from this Labette team. Sit down and play defense and make them make their shots.
Bundy out and around to Moore. Driving inside, hard off the rim, rebounded by Pascal. Transition to Fadina, and Coach Sturgis calls a timeout. Sturgis was running over to that official trying to get the timeout, because I think she thought Pascal was going to get a jump ball call there, and that was going to stick with Labette County.
Yes, it was. Thank goodness she got that timeout, because now there's 2 minutes left and the ball's in your court. Tie game, 0-0 ball game. Fort Scott has a chance to take the lead and control the game for the next 2 minutes potentially.
And not only that, but you get the ball at half court as well, or just across half court. So now you get an inbound and get to kind of draw something up. You get to draw up a shot off the inbound if you want, or just draw up however you want that offense to be formatted. Well, the key here for the Greyhounds is you've got 2 minutes, and you have got to keep moving. This is the time to get your first home win. As long as you move your feet on offense, there's no reason that the Greyhounds should walk away with a loss tonight.
Not at all. They just cannot, like you said, be stagnant. They have to find it in themselves. Fatigue has been a major issue throughout the season with that small rotation. This is the best time as ever to figure it out, step in, and dig into that adrenaline.
Pula works it to Fadina. Against O'Neal. Now Fultz up against Crawford. Pump fake from Pula. Driving floater is in the bucket and one. Pula's going to get a chance to take a 3-point lead here.
Who else but Pula? If you're Fort Scott, you got to put the ball into your scorer's hands. When Ryan Moss is out, let Pula take over. She's done it all game. She does it again there. Attacks the basket, like I said, she's so simple with her move. She attacks the basket with one simple move, finds that floater, and gets the M1.
And Moore came over to the official asking, how is that a foul? I think she thought her feet were set underneath. And you just got to keep your emotions level if you're Labette County. I know that could be a frustrating call, but you've got a chance here. Fort Scott, though, with another takeaway. Edmondson fighting for the ball underneath, forces the possession arrow to be used. And we've got another collision on the floor, as now Jancora Moore is slow to get up. 13 seconds on the shot clock. Coach Sturgis getting her team hyped up. I mean, man, this has been a tough game, but you could see it on that offensive possession. How much faster Fort Scott was moving, how much more movement we were seeing out of them there on that possession alone. You can tell they want this. They want it very bad, and now you're seeing green ahead of you. All you got to do is hang on to you and keep on working.
Mm-hmm. And they've had it all season. It's just they've had all the cards stacked against them. This is the one time when the cards play into their favor. They just have to cash in.
O'Neal gets the ball back but loses it. Pula down the floor is fouled by O'Neal. And I must say, I forgot to mention, Jancora Moore actually obtained her 4th foul on the foul down on the other side of the floor. That was O'Neal's 1st. Crawford is going to check out for Henry. Just subbing the posts there for Labette County. And now the inbound to Pula. 30 seconds. And you're looking to use every bit of it as Pula almost loses the ball. Has Fedina, and her pass taken away. Now the transition bucket, and no good.
That is a humongous sequence of events. Pula does a great job of not fouling, doing the best she can to bait out the Labette County player to try to draw that contact. Pula pulls the chair out from under her, and they get a jump ball, and possession arrows in favor of Fort Scott. So you take off 30 seconds of game clock, and you lose nothing.
So Clubundy very frustrated. She felt like she got fouled on that, but honestly, I'll tell you what, Pula did a great job avoiding the foul. You could tell she wanted to apply some pressure, didn't go after the ball, just kind of was there. She was present in the moment. Edmondson passes it off. Pascal to Fultz. A bucket here is essential, and Fultz brings it to a 5-point game. Now it's hang on time for 48 seconds. As another timeout is called on the floor. Labette County, this is a tough road. This is a tough road ahead of them. They have a very tall task at hand.
I want to give kudos to Caitlin Fultz. She has been the unsung hero for Fort Scott all night tonight. She's done everything right. She's fought for the extra chance opportunities offensively. She's boxed out defensively, sealed off the defender. She's done everything you don't look for on the camera. And right there, when it matters most, she comes up big for her team.
They're reviewing something here on the cameras. We'll see.
My guess is to make sure the clock's doing all right. Make sure the clock's at the right time.
Good call. And that it is. They changed it from 48.8 to 50.2.
So when you get to this last final minute, every second matters.
100%. Difference between 1 second off of the inbound and 2 seconds off the inbound is a whole dribble. Coach Cortez wanted Juncora Moore to sub in and will not get to do so as she was not there during the timeout. And now Clubundy draws a foul, and now she'll be headed to the line. A quick one at that. Fedina gets charged her 3rd foul of the game.
But thank goodness, because Pascal was on her 4th. And she was right there in that vicinity. Fedina coming down with that allows Fort Scott to keep the rotation and at least allow one person to rotate in if they need to.
First one from Clubundy is good. So trying to make this a 3-point game. And I have a feeling this one may come down to free throws. Clubundy cashes in, 2 for 2. Fedina gets it in. Pula now looks to take it across midcourt. 40 seconds. Labette County with a successful rebound. I was trying to see if there was a foul called there, because right as the whistle blew, Clubundy was reaching in. But like I was saying, with a successful rebound, Labette County will get the ball back with 13 seconds left if Fort Scott manages to use every second of the shot clock. So they technically still have a chance without having to foul.
Yeah, if you're Fort Scott, like you said, you're assuming 13 seconds left. Fort Scott needs to slow this game down. Like, make that extra pass 5 or 6 times. Get the absolute best opportunity you can. When it comes down to 30 seconds, that's one possession of basketball. Fort Scott needs to cash in, make this a 2-possession game, find the best shot you can in 30 seconds.
Yeah, a couple things you can do here if you're Fort Scott. First off, make the bucket. If you get the bucket, it's pretty well game over. I mean, you've got a really easy stretch going forward. Second opportunity, missed shot, grab the rebound, The one thing that you cannot do if you are the Greyhounds is give the ball up.
Cannot turn over. That is an absolute no-no.
You need to at least get a shot off of some kind, even if it's double coverage contested. You've got to be able to reset that shot clock in some capacity without just giving Labette County the ball. And Labette County needs, if they do get a rebound, if you're Fort Scott, you need to make sure it's inside of 30 seconds to be able to use all of the shot clock. Or to be able to have no more shot clock, that is. Pua trying to dribble away from O'Neal, who pokes it out. It's out of bounds on the far side, near mid-court. 22.3 seconds on the clock, 9 on the shot clock. Inbound, Pua. Back to Pascal. Edmondson feeling the pressure, 3 seconds, has to get the shot off. And she was feeling trapped, so she will just let that clock expire. And I don't think Sturgis is too happy with the result of that possession, as a turnover at 13 seconds, not the worst that could have happened, but you would have liked to have seen at least a shot go up.
Yeah, of course, an attempt at the basket is better than no attempt at the basket. But like you said, the one turnover that was somewhat okay if you're Fort Scott is that 30-second shot clock violation, because there's only 13 seconds left, like you said. That gives Labette County not much time to go through a play. They have to bring the ball up the court. They have 1 or 2 screens they can set maybe, but they really just have to get down to the basket and attack the basket and get them 1 or find an open 3, which is very difficult to do against this physical Fort Scott defense that now has fouls to give because of how much time is left.
Well, and I'll tell you the other thing is you throw up a shot there and Labette County gets it off of a hard rebound. All of a sudden, things start to go out of hand. Labette County gets a fast break, catch a wide open 3 or a drop in 2. You know, in that situation, maybe you do go for the layup and try to just drop in a 2, foul on the other side of the floor, force free throws or force another inbound, whatever it is, and all of a sudden you might be staring down another 2 or another 1 possession game. A lot of things could have happened there with the shot clock expiring. A turnover, if you're the Greyhounds, you get to kind of set your feet on defense, which is important. So I'm sure Labette County is going to be trying to draw any kind of contact, or at the very least, get a 3-point ball off. And we've seen this thing be drawn up by Henry with the elevator screen right here on the near side wing. That's what I'd be keeping an eye on if I were the Fort Scott defense.
You cannot let O'Neal get open right now. She has the hot hand all game, and she has the ball now.
Hand off to Moore. 7 seconds, and it's out of bounds. Still a chance for Labette County if they can reel in this inbound. They've got a foul called, 5.4 seconds.
Fort Scott, you have to have a clean inbound here. You cannot give Labette County the chance to have the ball turned over on their side of the court.
Inbound to Foltz. Foltz gives it off. Pula fouled with 2.7 seconds remaining. And a made free throw takes even the miracle out of the equation. This ball game is over with a Pula made free throw. So double checking foul counter, I think, down there at the scores table. And now Pula. Gets it. ball game here in Arnold Arena. I think it's safe to say now, 4-point game, 2.7 seconds, and just the cherry on top.
Takes away any 4-point play opportunity.
As Kolbundi's going to let this one roll down the floor. Pick it up here at midcourt, chuck up a three, and that is it. Final score is 64-59, a 5-point victory for the first home win of the season for the Greyhounds. And shooting 7 points above their average on the season. What a way to do it.
Great win for the Greyhounds, first win at home. A perfect team to do it against a struggling Labette team. Fort Scott, they've been facing injuries all season, all different cards stacked against them. They found a way to get a winning hand tonight and convert on cash into the first home win.
Yeah, big props to 2 players in the double digits tonight. You talked about Caitlin Foltz, Ashley Pulaw at 23 points, 4 3-pointers, 7 shots from the field made, as well as Caitlin Foltz shooting very well from the field as well. And we will roll straight into our post-game coaches interview with head coach Sturgis. Coach, you got your first win at home tonight.
Thank God.
It's been a really tough season. You guys fought really hard to the end. What did you see that game that maybe going forward into the heart of this season you guys are looking to replicate?
I thank God. I mean, right now we on a 3-game winning streak, and they are just showing how to be resilient, and they're just playing their butt off for Coach Pip and I. And I just appreciate, regardless of the circumstances, like they just keep playing hard for us.
Well, Coach, we mentioned Ashley Pulaw and Caitlin Foltz playing their hearts out tonight. Pulaw going for 23 points and perfect from the free throw line. Free throws playing a big factor in tonight's game. Is that something that you guys have been working on at this point in the season as you get down to those closer matchups?
Man, yes, we have. We have been doing extra free throws by themselves during practice. That has been a top priority for us. I think at halftime we were like 6 for 14, and I went in there and addressed that immediately. So free throws have been an Achilles heel for us, but we have done, like we did a great job in the second half.
Well, Coach, you've got Neosho County next week. On Wednesday, it's a week from now. You guys got a full week of practice ahead of you. Is that something that you're really going to be utilizing to get the energy back as, 4 quarters of play? Those girls look like they played their hearts out tonight and need that rest.
Yes, sir. Neosho is coached really well. Coach JJ does an immaculate job. They press for 40 minutes. They trap, they rotate, so we need all the rest that we can get before we play them on one Wednesday.
Well, Coach, I won't keep you much longer. Thank you for taking your time to come talk to us and go celebrate that victory.
Look, I keep saying it every time y'all are here, but y'all do an immaculate job, and I appreciate y'all.
Thank you very much.
So much.
I appreciate it. Appreciate your time. That was head coach Sturgis of the Fort Scott Community College Greyhounds ladies basketball team, taking her time to come and talk to us here on the broadcast. And we will go ahead and take a break here as we will transition to the men's game. Stay tuned.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Rass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at VarsitySportsLive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans.
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Rask gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live as we boot up for the men's game here tonight. It's been a back and forth season for this squad as we look across their schedule as of recent. Just kind of going through, there was a long period where this team could not go with just one win or one loss, and they have actually just broken that spell as of recent, after going on a 5-game win streak, a loss to Johnson County, and then another 2 wins coming from Highland Community College and Kansas City, Kansas Community College. And then now Labette County Community College facing off here tonight in Arnold Arena. Currently sitting with a record on the season of 9-13.
Yeah, as you said, Fort Scott kind of gone on a tear this month of January. They've got the hot hand. Labette County under 500. There's a mutual opponent that both teams have played. Labette County played Highland Community College this last game. Fort Scott played them a couple of games ago. Fort Scott by 1 pretty handsomely, a couple double-digit differences there. Labette County on the losing end of a double-digit affair to Highland Community College. So you can see the recent success and unsuccess in these teams plays in the Fort Scott's favor. They're hoping to play through their star player Noah Porter and their very strong supporting cast and come here and take care of business against Labette.
Well, we will step aside for a moment as they do the national anthem, and we'll be right back. Go ahead and roll into the starting lineups here as we look at Labette County first, and then we will follow with Fort Scott. First up for Labette County, number 4, 6-foot freshman guard out of Southfield, Mississippi, is Donnie Watts. Number 11, the 6'4" guard forward, that is a sophomore out of Kansas City, Missouri, Joshua Thornton. Number 13, the 6'6" freshman forward out of Marshall, Texas, Vontae Robinson, followed by number 15, the 6'5" guard forward, that is a freshman out of Ferris, Texas, Josiah Harris, and number 20, the 6'7" sophomore guard forward out of Split, Croatia, Roko Joksic. And on the other side, as we look across, it is looking like the typical starters here. We're starting off with number 1, the 5'8" sophomore guard out of Fort Worth, Texas, Jaden Hollis, followed by number 3, the 6-foot freshman guard out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, Jatwan Mike. Number 5, the 6'4" sophomore forward out of Dallas, Texas, Devin Boone. Number 13, the 6'7" freshman forward out of Garnett, Kansas, Noah Porter. And finally, number 30, the 6'8" sophomore forward out of Littleton, Colorado, Cass Henry. A lot of height on both of these teams. Jaden Hollis kind of fitting into that exception. Hollis being the only player right now on the floor, not above 6 foot, but that doesn't mean he's not capable, Michael.
Not at all. Jaden Hollis, for what he doesn't have in height, he makes up for in heart. He's one of the grittiest players you're going to see out on the court tonight. He's very fast. He uses this lack of height to his advantage with his speed, his niftiness. He gets under defenders, gets around him, and he'll create opportunities for himself and his teammates.
Out there for the tip-off is Joksic and Porter. Porter tips it to Hollis. They try for a quick transition. Porter tries for the drop-in, can't get it to go.
Fort Scott trying to pull off a little quick hitter off the tip. Noah Porter intentionally tipping it to Jaden Hollis, who gets it right back to him. Hits a wide open lane down the basket, just couldn't convert.
Here is Watts as they work it to Joksic, just outside of the elbow. Hand off to Harris. And over to Watts again. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Gonna have to pull up from deep for Joksic. And nothing.
Great first defensive possession by Fort Scott in your home gym. That is called setting the tone, not showing Labette any sort of holes in their defense, and they don't even get inside the perimeter and get a 30-second violation.
I don't even think they got it inside, like you said, the three-point line, which is just such an insult kind of delivered from Fort Scott. That one fought for on the ground. Boone for three, gets it.
Fort Scott looking promising out of the gate, setting a tone like I mentioned a second ago, both offensively and defensively, showing very strong resilience.
Now Henry plays up just a little too close on Joksic. Man defense here as big man v big man, and a tipped ball into the hands of Hollis. Hollis works it to Boone. Boone travels out of bounds and flips it back in. Now J-Twan Mike, Euro step, and it's good for two.
Great move by J-Twan Mike to use that little Euro step to get in the paint and get over that defender with his long wingspan and get the nice two.
Not to mention the good move by Boone, using the length of the floor to his advantage. Watts looking to drive, kick out. Here's a long shot and in for Vontae Robinson, who will strike first with a three-pointer for Labette County.
And for Fort Scott, that's a guy you cannot leave open. He had 21 points versus Highland Community College last game. He's a danger on the offensive side of the ball.
Loose ball ends up in the hands of Joksic. This Labette team running a 2-3 zone on defense, and Joksic lays down another, taking the lead for Labette County.
And Labette County going on a little 6-0 run there to kind of silence that momentum that Fort Scott built themselves early on.
Henry, he's been lethal from outside, continues to be so. And both of these teams just looking for opportunities to take the shot from the perimeter. J-Twan Mike with the takeaway. Down the floor, he rises up and is fouled on his way to the rim.
A very physical finish there by J-Twan Mike. Just bounced out the front of the rim, preventing an and one opportunity, but a great job creating a turnover and running in transition and getting that foul opportunity.
Mike, as of the last couple times I've watched him here in Arnold Arena, excuse me, I accidentally moved the table here during the free throw. Like I was saying, he's been on a bit of a cold streak, just unable to get some of those buckets that are usually pretty standard for him.
And the best way to get out of those slumps is keep shooting. Don't prevent yourself. Don't lose that confidence. The ball will fall back into the hole eventually.
Shot goes up off the rim into the hands of Marco Taft, who checks in for Cass Henry. Taft has been one of those guys that certainly doesn't have that elevation that Henry has with a 6-inch difference, but he has been able to jump up there and grab some rebounds out of the air right off the rim. And now playing a great underneath as he finds himself with a wide open drop into to tack on up to a 5-point lead. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Coach Jermaine Maybank wanted a timeout for his guys on the Labette County side. So now the Cardinals got a bit of a rest. Got to regroup here and see if their offense can change up just a little bit, as there have been way too many turnovers and only 2 buckets to fall so far. We work it over to Harris. Watts now outside the perimeter, looking to drive and go over Hollis. No dice. Boone gets the rebound and is fouled in the process.
And if you're Labette County, that's one of those fouls you wish you could have back. Just unfortunate, wrong place, wrong time. That's one of your good ball handlers, Donnie Watts, getting an off-ball foul off a missed shot.
16:03 remaining on the floor for the first half, that is. Watts collects his first foul of the game. And now Hollis trying to work the up top. To Mike. Henry back in the game. Kicks out, Taft, now Hollis. Hollis finds himself with a mid-range jumper, and it's good. Watts getting a close defense from Jaden Hollis there as they move it around. Thornton now looking to work inside. Kick back, and now here's Robinson. Harris, Yaksic for 3. No good. Rebound, Mike. Henry at the top. On the outside for the perimeter. Over to Henry for 3. And he cannot go 2 for 2. Watts with the Cardinals as they set up their motion offense against the man defense of the Greyhounds. Inside to Robinson. Takes a fading jumper. And that won't go either.
If you're Fort Scott, that's the kind of shot you want to force from that guy. He's a very talented scorer, but if you're making him shoot tough 15-foot fadeaways, you're happy.
Taft works it to Boone. Boone gets fouled And now he'll be headed to the line for 2. It was Josiah Harris who came in pretty hot, as Boone just kind of had a step on him working underneath, and Harris was trying to play catch up.
And you can see the Fort Scott already moving the ball well. They're moving the ball very well, and they're moving very well off the ball. Boone right there crashing back cutting on the opposite side of the block. Marco Taft down there on the block with the 6-foot frame, finding the wide open Boone and causing the foul and the foul opportunity.
14-6, 8-point game. McKay Hastings comes in alongside, looks like Noah Porter is looking to check in as well. And Boone makes his second, so Porter will check in place of Devin Boone. Watts down the floor, over to Harris, and now Joksic. Porter nearly gets the takeaway there. As a pull-up, mid-range from Harris is clean through the basket. Swish.
And if you're Fort Scott, what you got to do is you cannot allow second chance opportunities. Noah Porter playing great defense right there, just led to a second chance wide open bucket.
McKay Hastings goes up with it. Hastings, one of those guys that may not be the tallest out there either, but is certainly quick and is able to rise up and elevate himself to make himself appear taller than maybe he actually is, as that's a big block from January. And another one from Porter, but now a foul called. Shot from Christian Smith. Now he's getting talked to from Maybank.
And there it is, back-to-back possessions by Fort Scott. A great first defensive possession, but just allowing a second chance effort, not being able to recover the loose ball that time. And Labette goes down there and gets a one-on-one battle, and they come away with the foul.
Well, they come away with the foul, but the first one, no good. That'll be Porter's first, so still in pretty clean territory. And the second does fall, so the Prophet won off of that possession. 6-point game as it stands. Hastings trying to work the perimeter. Now with Porter. Porter to January. Over to Taft. Taft finds a lane, gets 2 men to jump, and drops in a teardrop for a 2. Here's a shot from 3. No dice off of the hands of Robinson. And now one-on-one for Porter as he takes to the paint and one. (19-9). It's a 10-point game as they're going to try to get Joksic back in this game immediately. Checking out Robinson in the process for Labette County.
Oh, what a great strong finish by Porter there to get an and-1. Very simple, just fighting through contact and teardropping it off the back of the rim and getting a nice little kiss, falling into the basket.
New face on the floor is Jalen Calloway for the Greyhounds. That one's hard off the glass from Smith. And now Calloway kicks out to Taft. Over to January, and now they'll set up the offense here as January looks to drive. Puts up a shot, tries for the rebound, and now called for a foul. As I don't know if he could have even gotten his arm out of that. It was like he was in an arm bar there for a minute.
A little mixed martial arts in the mix there.
Maybe a good call from Watts to just kind of keep January's arm pinned to him and knowing eventually you're going to get the foul call. Three ball is no good as Smith gets the rebound, gets it back out to the new face, Xavier Phillips. Over to Kaminsky, and now another turnover on the Cardinals as we have reached the under 15 media. 11:54 to go. We will take a break. We'll be right back after this.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark Shear athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live inside of the 12-minute mark here in the first half. Taft gives it off to Callaway. No substitutions from what I can tell off of the timeout. Porter puts up a shot. It's tipped around for the rebound, and now he gets his own. Back out to Hastings. 15 on the shot clock as he takes a floater and in.
Beautiful job by Hastings to tell Porter to slow the ball down, get it back out to him. He was able to survey it and find a wide open lane to score two.
One thing about this Greyhounds team is they do have a winning record, and by quite a bit now, but they do not play like their record shows, in my opinion. They play it to a much higher level. It's been a lot of games that have been very close and that could have gone either way when it comes down to those losses. So right now, really showing their skill off against a team who doesn't have a much worse record than they do. And the score is showing it right now, 11-point difference. We're not even 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I'd argue that Fort Scott is one of the more well-coached and most disciplinary teams you'll see in this conference. You can see they do everything with a purpose. They don't get out of rhythm. They don't get out of sorts. As we've seen in this first 10 minutes, they look very confident in their own ability.
Inbound. Watts gets it in to Phillips. Now looking to go around. They get it to Joksic. Over. Three ball from Kaminsky. Hard off the rim, won't go. And now quick transition as Porter reels it in. Probably should have been a foul there, but he gets the bucket regardless.
A beautiful full court dish from Marco Taft, just glancing upfield, seeing Noah Porter calling for it like he's on a go route and finding the wide open assist.
Here's another three from Kaminsky. No dice there either. And January gets the inbound save, and Hollis is able to recover it. Down the floor to Porter again. Kick out. Callaway. Step back, kick out. Taft, three. Can't go, and we've got an off-ball foul here as Kaminsky ran over Xavier January on the attempted rebound.
January with his bell run there too. Slow to get up, but it's a tough young individual like the rest of his team is. As you can tell, not just mentally, physically, they're very tough, and they don't let any sort of adversity get in their head whatsoever.
Miles McMonigal checks in for Marco Taft. as Porter makes a couple moves and drops in another 2. This guy is feeling it tonight. Averaging 19 points. I'd say he's well on pace for that. Moving it down the floor, McMonagle for 3. Can't go, it's tipped into the hands of January. January now working the underneath, reverse layup. Wow. Very impressive maneuver, and now January is hobbling along, trying to get back on defense. Very awkward landing there for him, but showing a lot of grit here. Poked out, Hollis recovers, has one behind him, and drops it in and one. Wow, what an impressive duo there up top. You had the poke away, I believe it was McMonagle, who just kind of got his hand in there, slapped that ball out of Joksic's hands, and then it was Jaden Hollis to jump on it immediately.
Like he had eyes in the back of his head. He wasn't even fully looking at the ball. He sensed the ball get poked loose, dived on top of it, stayed on his feet, and crashed the other way.
And that board goes in favor of Fort Scott, which is just salt in the wound here. But now Callaway, bit of an errant dribble, gives it back up.
Callaway just trying to do a little too much on his own there. The possession just started, trying to break down his defender. You don't need to do that quite yet. You have a chance to swing it around and try to find an open opportunity by passing the ball first.
Had a lane on that right side, but it wouldn't have been an easy shot. Here's a pull-up for a short-range 2 off the glass and in for the new face, Rylan Robbins. 6'1" guard at that stature. Very unique type. Henry gets fouled on the 3. That was Nikita Kolontayev. I'm going to try to pronounce this correctly. Kolontayev from Kazakhstan.
See, that figures. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I think he did a great job. Bang up job.
Thank you. We'll call him Nikita for now, as that's a little easier for my accent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it definitely takes an accent of sorts to get the full ring on that.
Henry misses on his second. Made the first.
And what's so strong about this Fort Scott team, which you've seen in the last month or so, is how deep the rotation is and how talented each and every individual is and how well they play their role.
Henry goes 1 for 3 on that visit. Fight for the rebound ends with the Cardinals, and now they'll work it down the floor. Loose ball again as Hollis is trying to poke it away, and it's Nikita trying to fight for it. Timeout called as he was just basically doing Russian twists there with the ball, trying to keep it out of the hands of the Greyhounds.
Good ab workout.
Yeah. Well, we will take a break, and we'll be right back after this short word from our sponsors.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganachi!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Rask gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live, presented by CrawlCan, an 18-point lead less than 12 minutes into this game, Fort Scott has just really dominated so far in this contest as they look to continue that trend going forward. And a loose ball, oh my goodness. They've got these point guards rattled, Michael.
Oh my goodness, a half-court press out of the timeout is the perfect draw up by the coach there to get the ball back in their possession when they're coming out of timeout on defense.
And now Labette is going to try to replicate that success that we're seeing from Fort Scott with a full court press. Hastings looking to work inside. He saw Boone on the far side but couldn't get the ball to him. Now Hastings works it to Mike. Mike inside, can't get it to go. That has just kind of been the story of his shot shape as of late. Another loose ball as this one gets a little messy. Kick out, Smith trying to find a shot. Now here's Nikita, can't go for his three, and it's rebounded by Mike.
Wow, what a rebound.
Hollis drives, gets fouled, and one.
With his lack of size, it's impressive with how much authority he attacks that basket and how much touch he has around the rim through that contact. He's gotten 2 and-1s in the first half tonight alone.
J-Twan Mike getting a bit of a conversation there with the official after hanging on to the rim, but I think his case, which is what we have seen. Excuse me. Oh, they're trying to find the ball. It's back in the locker room. I think his case is a lot of times you see guys go up and grab the rim, and when you swing forward, you can't let go. You got to let yourself swing back, so then it turns into kind of an excessive amount of hanging on to the rim, but it's for the player's safety that they hang on to it just to kind of level out that momentum.
For sure, because we've seen a lot of scary falls come out of that if they don't. It's gut-wrenching to watch.
I was just reminded of a terrible one the other day. Of a Louisville player. Won't say his name as to try not to bring back any PTSD from some viewers, but man. 35-13 is the score. 22-point lead here for Fort Scott as they continue to grow here. And now under the basket is Robinson. Hands it off to Thornton. 3-ball is clean. Off the hands of Rylan Robbins.
And what you've noticed from this Labette team, when you give them the opportunity to shoot an open shot, they will make it. But that's what's so impressive about Fort Scott. They haven't given them any open opportunities.
Kick out to Henry. Henry gives it back to Hollis, and now Hastings. Keep it on the perimeter. 10 on the shot clock as J-Twan Mike, winds up and can't get it.
And Labette showing a much more aggressive zone press that time in the half court. Should be giving a lot more pressure on the ball and off the ball from the full, 44 feet they have to work with there. So Fort Scott not having as much leisure, swinging that ball around the perimeter and finding an open shot.
Noah Porter and Miles McMonigal check in for the Greyhounds, as well as Xavier Phillips back in the game. Donnie Watts taking it down the floor for the Cardinals. Hands it off to Thornton. Robbins looking to drive the base, lays it off the glass, it can't go. A hard slap on the ball, knocks it out of the hands of Porter, and an opportunity gone for the Cardinals as Hastings picks it up. McMonigal inside, Boone kicks out, back in to Porter. They find their shooter, but he can't get it to fall. Back the other direction with Harris. Watts now trying to work inside. Pull up 3 and gets it. What a weird shot from Joshua Thornton.
Weird, but confident and good nonetheless. Swished it.
Had his feet set, I guess, in the right form. And Boone takes a 3 to try and answer, and it's in and out. Rebounded by Thornton. long three from Robbins won't go, and it's stripped away by Boone. Quick transition down the floors. McMonagle pulls up for the triple. Can't go, and it's rebounded by Harris once more. Loose ball as Porter knocks it out of bounds to try and slow the momentum. A great effort out of Noah Porter.
And it's those impressive efforts that just makes this game so much harder for Labette. Getting suffocated all 94 feet of the court from Noah Porter, who's supposed to be down in the paint defensively.
Hollis and Taft check back in for the Greyhounds. Subbing in for a 10-second violation on the backcourt. Wow.
I think that goes in part thank you to Noah Porter for taking off 5 of those seconds, trying to fight for that ball after he missed the bucket.
Work it to Hollis. Hollis is double teamed by the guys up top, and he was kind of pointing like, what are we doing here? Over to McMonagle, back to Hollis. He finds a wide open three chance. Won't go, but it resets the shot clock. Rebound, Robbins for the Cardinals. Thornton trying to work the outside, close side wing. Inside of 4 minutes remaining in this first half. Watts looks for a driving lane, kick out to Robbins for the triple. Can't go, rebound Hastings. Transition down the floor to Hollis as he works it back to Porter, is fouled on his way out. And unfortunately, Porter's bucket will not be counted on the scoreboard.
But speaking of scoreboards, you look up there, Labette has committed 8 fouls this half. And that is because of the tenacity and the aggressiveness that this Fort Scott team plays with, both in transition and in just regular basketball.
So Hollis due up for 2 free throws as we take a break here. 3:43 to go. We'll be right back.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Fort State Agency, we're a team of experts.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, just under 4 to go here as Hollis is due up for some free throws. It's been a pretty quick half so far. We've had a couple of fouls here and there, but these officials, I'm going to give them kudos tonight as they've kept this game flowing at a pretty efficient pace.
They kept it flowing, and they've called it fair. I'd argue there's been a lot of they've decided how they're going to call it. They're letting them play, but they're not letting them play too much. And I think they call all the fouls fair and square.
That was 1-and-1 for Hollis, so he does not get the first of his free throws, which means rebound Labette County back the other direction. Smith's shot off the mark. Taft grabs the rebound, and now the transition for the Greyhounds. Loose ball, as that one was tipped by Watts, recovered by Fort Scott. McMonagle having trouble working it inside and off the foot of Hollis. And Coach Glover, I'm trying to read his lips here, and I think he's saying, doing too much. We're doing too much, man. Watts Works it out to Thornton. Watts now again. Had space on the perimeter, but doesn't take the shot. Drives inside, tries to lay it off the glass. Does not go. Porter gets the rebound, and now it's a fast break. Hollis back to Hastings. Ooh, he wanted the step back. Keeping it on the perimeter as Taft now looking to use his strength to get inside, and now another foul called. This one goes against Josiah Harris, his third, which is of concern now as we've still got a couple of minutes left in the first half.
Yeah, he is one of their star players, averaging 12 points a game. So offensively, if you're Labette, you're losing a lot of offensive firepower in that foul a lot too. And speaking of fouls, that's Labette's 10th team foul this half now. It just goes to show how physical Fort Scott plays offensively and how hard it is for teams like Labette to keep up.
Well, Taft gets his second. It's been a bit of a drought here for Fort Scott, not gonna lie. In comparison to how fast they were scoring earlier on in this half, things have just slowed down momentarily. 17-point lead. Labette hasn't done much better though. Pull up from Robbins, short, rebound Hastings, as he will speedily take it across midcourt. Inside to Porter, as he's gonna try to work it, and it's stripped away into the hands of Phillips. Down the floor to Christian Smith. Hand off to Thornton, and it's gonna be goaltending. Count the bucket. Porter checks out for Devin Boone, Xavier January, Miles McMonigal, Hollis, and Hastings all on the floor. Joined by Phillips, Smith, Robbins, Thornton, and Kaminsky for the Cardinals. Boone pulls up from the elbow, and that was just standard procedure. Doesn't get much easier than that for Devin Boone. They swing it to Thornton for three. Can't go. January tips the ball right towards Hollis. Hollis was unable to get a grasp on it, and it's out of bounds on the Greyhounds. Here's Kaminsky. They work it to Smith. Smith still trying to find a lane. 3 seconds on the shot clock as he'll take it to the rim. And now Robbins, his putback won't work either. Boone fighting for the rebound. Excessive physicality there on the close side. And now we've got a block foul as Hastings, I don't know about that one. He was standing there for a good second or two.
Must have been in the restrictive zone because, I mean, that is as straight up and as still as you get, I'd argue. Maybe a makeup call from McCauley missed, I don't know, but McKean Hastings, if you don't go with the tail between your legs after that one.
Kaminsky's first is good. 16-point game. And Kaminsky's second follows in suit. So a 23-38 game, 15-point lead for the Greyhounds. 40 seconds remaining on the clock here in the first half. Hollis is looking to drive, goes round and round. Over to January, 10 on the shot clock. Kicked back out to Hollis as he's gonna hang on to it. He's got limited time. Got to do something here. We've got a foul called. Joksic called for his first foul. is double bonus, so J-Twan Mike will be shooting 2. First one is clean. .25 seconds remaining in the half. There will be no more shot clock as J-Twan Mike misses on a second. Boone gathers the rebound and could not get the shot over the rim. As here's Smith with it, trying to set up the offense. 10 seconds. Smith works inside and off the rim and in for Xavier Phillips. Phillips gets the final say in the half, 25-39. It's a 14-point lead going into the second half, as we will be right back after this with halftime stats and analysis on Fort Scott Sports Live.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find two links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, it's a 14-point game here in Arnold Arena. 20 minutes to go here in this ball game. Fort Scott had built that up to a 20-point lead at one point in the game, and it has slowly been kind of ticked away at by Labette County. And now a quick turnover as Harris brings it home. Wow.
Labette doing the best they can to build momentum off this 14-point deficit, and that's a great way to start it.
Henry works it to Porter on the inside. Porter goes up, swatted. And it comes back down with Labette. Trying to find a way inside, Christian Smith. Kicks out, Harris for 3. Can't go, it's hard off the rim and out of bounds.
Very strong possession by Fort Scott. Labette having really no answer there. They couldn't find an opening in the defense, which has become a pretty common theme throughout this game. And Fort Scott, a 27-second defensive stop.
Keep it on the perimeter here with the Greyhounds. Hollis gets inside, but looking for a recipient here as Boone teardrops in for another 2 first points for Fort
Hollis
Scott.
Is an incredible playmaker. He always finds a way to fit a pass through a defender and always feels like it leads to a bucket.
Porter getting his hands in there against Robinson. Big man versus big man. And Rylan Robbins, his shot does not go. Harris got the rebound, but it was poked out of bounds.
And another thing Fort Scott does so well is they take their hands to the basketball. They create carnage on the ball. When the ball's loose, they're always diving on top of it and make sure the other team does not recover it.
Shot from Mike won't go. It's out of bounds. Last touched by Smith. Now we're kind of seeing that frustration, not quite as much as we did in the women's game, but certainly present here in the men's game for Labette County. Yeah, we've got a foul called here as
can't miss that one.
Yeah, that was Vontae Robinson is like, how is that a foul? I'm like, it was pretty deliberately visible. And now he gets another here.
Noah Porter just proven to be such a hard attacker to guard. Robinson just feeling his wrath right now.
Yeah, this has been a tough matchup for Vontae Robinson, who through this portion of the game, if I can get there, only has the 3 points from the three-pointer he made early on. Outside of that, it has been a dry spell. Porter missed on the first, makes the second. They work it to Robbins. Robbins tries to go inside. Mike collides with a man up top and Harris, and Porter gets the added 2. There's Porter and Mike drawn up that entire play, with Porter getting the poke, Mike receiving it and then transitioning it down the floor.
Like you've seen all game, it's just Fort Scott just doing such a good job of rotating defensively and like not allowing any holes for the Labette to exploit.
And not to mention just really applying pressure on every single pass. You don't have any space if you're the Cardinals. As Smith finally gets a bucket here. Christian Smith with his first points of the day. See what happens here. Oh, excuse me, that was his 4th point of the day. He had a 2 earlier. Hollis, excuse me. His inbound is deflected, and now we've got a foul called, as I believe it is going against Jaden Hollis.
Fort Scott, they threw out 2 quarters. I'm pretty sure they only have 5 or 16 fouls total. So they've done a great job of playing very strong physical basketball while staying disciplined and not allowing them to get in the high foul counts.
15-point lead. As they work it inside to Kaminsky, trying to go against Porter. His pass under the legs of Josiah Harris and out of bounds. Now Hollis will take it down the floor for Fort Scott. Over to Henry. Back to Hollis. Now they're facing that half-court press. Porter's shots just trickles out of the rim. Boone tries to get it off, and it ends up with the Cardinals as Kaminsky was the recipient. Smith dishes it out. Kaminsky for 3, gets it.
And like we saw in that first half, Labette, when you give them an open shot, they will make you pay. They are knockdown shooters all across the court, but Fort Scott doing a great job of minimizing that.
Hollis pitches it inside to Porter, and he will get fouled.
It's just every time Noah Porter gets that ball down low, when he's got that chance to isolate himself with his defender, it just kind of looks unguardable.
Now, got a media timeout. Coach Maybank getting very vocal here as we enter the 15:40 mark. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Today we're going to do an experiment experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Noah Porter missed his first free throw. Dealing with some technical difficulties here as he makes his second. Harris up top at the point. Hands it off. Now Harris gets it on the close side wing. Over to Smith, who banks in a 3. Gets it to go. Now down to a 10-point lead. Taft underneath. Gets it poked out, and it'll actually be, oh no, excuse me, it'll stick with the Greyhounds. But a missed opportunity there. As we've got a foul called. This one going against Josiah Harris. Inbound makes its way to Hastings, who gets fouled and will be shooting 2 now.
That last foul on Josiah Harris, yet again, is detrimental for Labette. His 4th foul with 15 minutes left to play in this game. Their leading scorer coming into the game. That's going to be a huge hit for the offense.
First one is good from Hastings. And not to mention, you talk about leading scorer coming into this game. He is he has been a huge role player so far today. 4 points for them, but a nice even spread there for the Cardinals as they've got a bunch of guys at 5, 4, and Christian Smith out in front with 7 after that bank 3. 47-35. Cardinals starting to gain some ground here on the Greyhounds. Mid-range 2 is good from Xavier Phillips. Keeps it at a 10-point lead. Hollis over to Porter. He's going to work on Kaminsky. Kick out, Hastings, corner 3, gets it.
Great off ball movement by Hastings, relocate to that corner across the field, and great dish by Noah Porter to find him for a wide open 3.
Phillips over to Joksic, and now back to Smith, who loses the ball on his way inside. Transition, Xavier January lays it off the square and in.
Good luck blocking him.
We've got an injury here. Got an injury here with Christian Smith. Talking about leading scorers and not being able to play in the game for Labette County, and there's another.
Yeah, Christian Smith for all season has been a very strong bench scoring option for Labette. He's come off the bench and averaged about 11 points a game, so very, very strong for him.
Right now he had 7. He'll step out temporarily, or at least we hope temporarily, hoping for health for him. Phillips for 3, off the mark, is rebounded by Hastings and back the other direction. Hastings kicks out, Taft for 3, can't go, and over the back is going to be called against Porter.
and Fort Scott doing a great job pushing the ball in transition like they've had all game, just unable to convert on a wide open opportunity there.
15-point game. As Christian Smith is walking on that leg now. Says he's good to go to his assistant coach. Thornton kicks out. Phillips takes it from the point. Can't go. It's off the back iron. Rebounded by Hastings. Hastings pulls up for three. Can't go, and it's rebounded by Joksich. I like the look, but you'd like to see the offense get kind of set up underneath before you take a shot like that, especially with the way Labette County's been able to play here in this second half. Phillips dishes it to Watts, out to Robbins. Or no, excuse me, that's Kaminsky. Now around to Joksich. Joksich kicks out to Phillips, 5 on the shot clock. Kaminsky for three, drains it.
Kaminsky's been a guy for Labette County that has proven that you need to put a hand in his face at all times. He's been a knockdown shooter in these expiring shot clock situations.
January's pass is over the head of Porter, and now Cass Henry will be stepping in his place on a whim call there from Coach Glover. And trying to solidify what these substitutions are. Boone, McMonagle, and Henry all step into the game. Joksich works it around to Thornton. Thornton going to town against Boone, and we've got a travel called. Boone kind of praising there. He's like, thank God. I think he thought there was a chance he was getting called for a foul.
Yeah, he plays defense with a lot of physical contact, but very clean contact.
Hollis works his way underneath and is fouled on the shot. Fort Scott gathered the rebound, and that was called against Dennis Kaminsky. So we will step aside for the media timeout. We'll be right back after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, Jaden Hollis shooting 2 out of the break. First one off the mark. And the second one goes clean. (53-40). So they work it over to Christian Smith. Smith Kicks out Kaminsky. Now looking to drive off the glass. Just a bit short on that try. Short on the next as well. And 0 for 2 from under the basket for Dennis Kaminsky. Hollis kicks out. Henry for 3. It's online. Just a bit short. Back the other direction as Boone gets the takeaway and loses it in the process. Almost another turnover for the Greyhounds as it'll slow down Labette County's roll on the transition. Thornton. Over to Watts, who takes the 3 and gets it. (53-43). Hollis working against Smith. Taft finds himself wide open on the far side wing.
There's been a couple times this second half where we found Taft wide open behind the perimeter, and that time he's able to execute and cash in.
And I know he plays kind of as a post, at least defensively, but man, I feel like Labette County just isn't respecting his shooting ability enough. Saw a nice answer there from Labette County. So they put down 3 as well. Out to Boone, and now Taft finds himself at the elbow. Driving, lays it off the glass and in.
Marco Taft kind of coming into his own right now, posing to be an offensive threat.
Smith from the point. Kick out. Kaminsky gets it. Kaminsky lighting it up from the perimeter, as it is now a single-digit deficit.
Now, if you're Fort Scott, you have to imagine the outlying game plan defensively is get a hand in Kaminsky's face. You cannot let him get free and shoot the ball. I'd almost argue you have a guy face guarding him at all times. He's really been the only person to pose a real threat offensively for Fort Scott.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Leading scorer and by double the amount of points that Christian Smith has. Smith took a seat on the bench. Kaminsky stepped up and started taking that leadership role when it comes to scoring, and he has been very dominant from three-point range. This guy standing 6'5", you'd think he's, kind of a post player, working that mid-range type of small forward, power forward-esque play style, but no, he's working just as good as a guard. He's listed as a guard/forward, but man, I'd say he's more of a guard than he is a forward. He's been keeping himself on the perimeter, but also just been using his size on defense.
Yeah, offensively, like you said, he's such a threat behind the arc. That's what makes him so much like a guard. But defensively, that presence he has, that 6'5" frame, it makes all the difference when you have that at the guard and forward position. He can guard kind of those hybrid roles, and he's done a great job of it.
We'll see if Fort Scott changes something up defensively as they come out. Inbound from J-Twan Mike. Has some movement here. They get it to Cass Henry. Kick out, Taft, pump fake. Drives inside and will get called for a travel.
Just lost his footing there. That was almost scary for a second, but he's all good. Just another mistake Fort Scott can't afford to lose right now. You want to keep the momentum on your side. Turnover's just not going to help you do that.
Coach Maybank talking to Yoksich over here on the Labette County bench. Telling him that's how we want it. Kaminsky from 3 again. That'll be off the shot clock. Ooh, I thought that was gonna be a threat there and cut that down to a 6-point lead all of a sudden. 9-6 is a very big difference. As the kick out to McMonigal, his pass to the outside of J-Twan Mike. out of bounds.
Avery Miles McGonigal there, yeah, you have a guy in the corner, but what good is it to you to pass a ball to the corner? That's just a very non-powerful position. So you saw, for good reason, J-Twan Light trying to back cut to create an opportunity offensively. Miles McGonigal just not on the same page.
And McMonigal off the dribble too, kind of adds on to your point there. You know, if he wanted to be in the corner, he'd just go there himself. Smith up top to Watson, now back over to Smith for a three. Can't go, it's rebounded, wide open rebound from Robinson, who drops in a two. There was nobody around trying to grab that one for Fort Scott.
Now, these last couple minutes, Fort Scott's kind of been slacking on the little things. They're not boxing out, they're not staying disciplined defensively, and they're not making easy buckets offensively.
Foul called as Porter was headed to the buckets. Kaminsky guilty for his fourth.
Well, if you're Fort Scott, that's the guy you want to attack defensively. If he's guarded Noah Porter, give Noah Porter the ball. That is his fourth foul. And that takes away Labette County's main offensive threat.
So checking in will be Xavier Phillips for the leading scorer, Dennis Kaminsky. And Porter goes 2 for 2 on that visit. Back up to a 9-point game as Smith looking to work his way inside, kicks out. Robinson for the triple, can't get it, rebound Boone, and he'll hand it off to Hollis. Hollis's pass underneath to Porter, and he's fouled again.
There's too much contact defensively from these Labette County defenders. They don't think so, but Noah Porter, it takes a lot of physicality to guard him, can stay in front of him, and they still fail to do that.
Yeah, I understand the frustration from excuse me, I was trying to figure out what the substitution situation was there. As Porter makes his first. But I understand the frustration from the Labette County side, as it doesn't look like these players are being too handsy, but it's when you move up on a player and you kind of use your body against them. It may not be an arm or a hands thing, but contact is contact, and you've got to be limiting it here. If you're Labette County, you've just sent Fort Scott back into bonus again, and you're down by 11 points. Rylan Robbins kicks out to Watts for three. No dice. Taft with the rebound. Picks it up and gives it off to Boone, who gives it to Hollis.
And right away, you're seeing the impact of Labette County losing their another leading scorer for this team with the 4 fouls.
Oh, and great ball movement there. Hollis just dribbles underneath, draws the attention of the defense, hands it off to Taft, and he gets an easy 2. Joksic trying to work inside. Here's Phillips, and foul called. Foul called against Noah Porter. And we will see this media timeout and take a break. We'll be right back after this.
Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at bigironauctions.com.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, 7:07 to go here in the second half of play. As on the floor right now for Fort Scott will be Boone, Hollis, Hastings, January, and Porter. On the floor for Labette County, it is Phillips, Robbins, Yoksich, Smith, and Watts.
And the big outlier there is you're not seeing their two biggest threats, with three arguably. Number 13, 15, and 24 are all three off of the court for Labette County right now.
Work it over to Boone on the far side. Now Porter, near side wing, looking to drive, kicks it to January, who drops it in for two.
Just such offensive brute powerfulness by Xavier January to just bully through the defense of Labette and get an easy physical layup.
Robbins trying to work against Porter, and he just can't get off midcourt line. Watts now looking to drive the base, kicks it out. Yoksich to Smith on the wing, who tries for a three. The putback from Phillips won't go either, but he is fouled in the process. Phillips headed to the line. That foul called against Porter, which will be his fourth. And the question is, how much longer do you leave in your leading scorer if you're Fort Scott?
That's a tricky question because you're up 14 right now. You'd have to imagine that they do take him out and save him for that 2 to 4 minute crunch time drill, which they will do. That's a smart decision. You got a bunch of capable scorers and defenders out there right now. If you're Fort Scott, they've proven it this game. So Fort Scott cannot allow a run out of Labette County in these next couple minutes.
Well, and I'll tell you what, they're not losing much subbing in Porter, or subbing in Taft for Porter, as Taft is totaled 12 points tonight as opposed to Porter's 15. And Taft has certainly been a threat down low as well, just as much as Porter has been. Just a little more shifty, I would say. And Taft trying for another triple, and he gets it. That's the one thing you gain with that substitution, though, is Taft's ability to shoot from the perimeter. And we've got a shooting foul and one. They're going to call that against Hastings. I think he thought that shot was, or that foul was certainly on the floor, if at all. And I was kind of under the impression that was the case as well.
A great job by Christian Smith to attack the basket right after that made basket from Marco Taft and make a 7-second drill and get down the basket and cause an M1.
Hollis to Boone. Now Taft over to Hastings. They'll keep it on the perimeter, trying to soak up some of this clock. Ten seconds left as Hollis takes it to the rim. Underhand layup from Jaden Hollis.
Just so disciplined and talented around that basket. He always knows how much power and where to put it. It's going to go in the basket.
Smith trying to work on the perimeter with Yoksich, who steps back for a three and cashes it in. It's a big bucket there for Labette County, keeping them alive in this ball game. 13-point lead for the Greyhounds. It's a long way here with only 5 minutes remaining. Hastings trying to drive to the bucket and a beautiful reverse layup.
Wow, such crafty finishing from this Fort Scott team, especially Hastings right there, just being able to create his own bucket out of nothing.
Robbins kicks out to Smith. He's working on the perimeter. Yaksic trying to set the screen. Smith. Got a foul called against Jaden Hollis. And an official, I don't know if it was an official warning, but the official coming over to talk to the assistant coach of Labette County, telling him he needs to sit down. Especially when they're on that side, that can end poorly. Kaminsky back in the game with his 4 fouls. Smith trying to work the underneath. It trickles off the rim, rebounded by January. Now Hastings will push the pace down the floor. Taft, deep ball to Boone as he was falling out of bounds. Recovers with the, or excuse me, that was January to Boone to Taft. January to Taft underneath. Gets fouled, and he will be headed to the line again.
Marco Taft, despite his low height, he makes up for in size and IQ. The ball fakes he uses to create contact into the draw fouls is like no other.
Got the under 5 media as we will take a second and be right back after this.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live, 58-73 score, as that was the final foul from Vontae Robinson. So he is officially fouled out in this game at the 3:41 mark, sending Marco Taft to the line in the process. Looking across at this Labette County team as Taft misses his first. We've got Taft fouled out, or not Taft, excuse me, Robinson fouled out, Kaminsky and Harris at 4. Everybody else in no trouble at all, as Taft makes his second.
What you just stated there is that they're one of the 3 best players is fouled out, and the other 2 have 4 fouls. So Fort Scott's and Labette's offense is looking scary.
And that's what you get with playing so many minutes. I mean, it's been hard fought from these players who have certainly clocked the most minutes tonight. 3:31 remaining in this contest. It's a 16-point difference. Smith's first falls true.
And to follow up that point, that's also what you get for playing with Fort Scott. They are a very physical team offensively, so they force you to play into their contact, and eventually that's going to lead to fouls. You just got to learn how to be disciplined and not walk into all those fouls.
Hollis collected his third foul of the game with that, as Labette goes 2 for 2 on that visit. Xavier January answers in tune, keeps it at a 16-point lead. Loose ball ends up in the hands of Taft. Fast break for Devin Boone, who gets fouled and one. Just adding insult to injury here for Labette County. And Noah Porter looking to check in himself.
This Fort Scott team just stays so disciplined. They never let the lead get to their head. If they're not making, baskets aren't falling for a couple minutes and Labette's kind of crawling back in, they never count themselves out. They don't let Labette back into the game mentally. They stay checked in and they run in transition when it matters most, and they get that momentum back on their side.
Gets the buckets. It's a 19-point game the way it stands. Boone checks out for Noah Porter. And now Watts will take it down the floor. Transition to Kaminsky. Harris as well in the game, as here's Thornton. Watts, Smith. Mid-range fading jumper is off the rim and into the hands of Xavier January. Jaden Hollis now across midcourt. Hastings, kick out, Taft for three. It's short, but picked up by January with a great read and gets him into the 80s.
Xavier January has been an incredible dominating force down low all night.
And continuing to prove that as well. After the three-point shot, January gets the rebound, fights through the physicality, and then decides to throw it off of the Labette defender. Big time play to maintain that possession. This one swiped out of bounds by Christian Smith, leaving the Greyhounds with possession. Inbound goes to Porter. Handoff Hastings, as he was looking for the elevator screen. And now they'll flip it all the way across to Taft inside. January, his first one won't go, and it'll trickle out of bounds in the process off the rebound.
Xavier January yet again using his size and physicality to create a basket underneath, but just unable to execute around the rim that time.
Watts down the floor. Pulls up for two. His foot was on the line.
That's the longest two you'll get.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it does not get much longer than that. Hastings gets fouled on his way to the basket, and these are just piling up.
Labette just can't find a way to stop the bleeding when it comes to the foul issue. It feels like every time Fort Scott attacks a rack, they're going to come away with a foul or a bucket.
Watts credited with that foul. Hastings first drops in. It's a 20-point game right now. I don't want to speak too soon, but I think it's a little bit too far. In 2 minutes, I mean, it's just...
Watts got to go right.
Yeah, you're hoping for a miracle here. Watts' first try doesn't go. Got a foul. Foul called against Jaden Hollis. And now they'll clean the bench for the Greyhounds. 21-point lead. No better time to do it. Callaway comes in alongside a couple other new faces. Ivan McCormick, McMonigal, joined by Malachi Wesley and Sir Ryan Dennis. First one's in from Watts.
Yeah, this next minute and a half, you're just hoping to see these Fort Scott reserves, see how they can manage a 20-point lead, see what happens, see what the score looks like at the final.
They go 2 for 2 on that visit. Checking in, some new faces themselves. Nikita rejoins the floor. Callaway works it over to McMonigal. Here's Callaway again, looking to just sponge up more of that clock. This one fought for on the floor, works its way to Kaminsky. That shot won't go. Rebounded by Dennis. Wesley gets it back out to Callaway with 20 seconds separating shot and game clock. It'll be a trigger pull from Ivan McCormick. So a clock correction here, and I'm all for rules, but I don't think either side would have been arguing with the difference in a second and a half.
No, when the lead as big as it is, a couple seconds in this late in the game isn't going to make all the difference. And if it does, a lot of things got to happen for it to happen. I don't think it's just one miracle. I think it's about 4 or 5 miracles that got to come into place here. It's
got to be steal bucket, steal bucket, steal bucket, steal bucket, and replicate that about 11 times, and you'll be tied up at that point. So now 18 seconds separates shot and game clock as they get across midcourt with Nikita Kolontayev, who gets the 2. Callaway trying to get across midcourt. McMonigal receives it. 7 seconds separating shot and game clock now, so another possession to come as Callaway dribbles around the perimeter, trying to work his way inside as he steps back out. Now driving, lays it off and won't go. It's rebounded by the Greyhounds, and now they will just hold on to the ball, with Sir Ryan Dennis being the final couple dribbles. And that will be it. A 20-point difference between Labette and Fort Scott Community College. Both teams putting up a valiant effort. Labette starting to pull it back there for a minute, and then it was just liftoff for Fort Scott after that. I think it got down to about a 5-point lead before Fort Scott really just accelerated. And with that, we will have a post-game coaches interview here in a minute with Coach Glover.
Yeah, but what a game from Fort Scott. Just absolute domination. 86 points, like I just said, in dominating fashion. Offensively, they looked flawless, especially in that first half. They scored in transition, scored second chance efforts, made shots when it mattered. Second half just took care of business, rode along in the sunset with just some sheer confidence.
Well, we're getting Coach up here right now as he works his way around, giving some knucks out. And yep. Well, it looked like he was coming up here for just a minute, but I think he's going to get some stats first. Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Michael. Great game by Fort Scott. They battled through pretty much every piece of the game, being up by 5, up by 20, whatever it was, and they were playing hard regardless. And here we have it. Coach Glover, thank you for joining us here on the post-game show on Fort Scott Sports Live. It's been a pleasure to broadcast for you guys this whole season. It's been amazing to watch you guys. I just wanted to kind of come out and say that first. Congratulations on the victory. Had a lot of players show out tonight and really just accelerates this offense throughout the game. Saw a little bit of a slow drought there in the third and then picked back up, or in the third quarter, I guess. But there in the first 10 minutes of the second half and then really picked up in the last 10 minutes. Is there something that you did in the huddle there or during a timeout that you talked to your players that really just kind of sparked some initiative?
No, we talk about playing fast, not crazy. And so understanding that shots aren't always going to fall, but still taking good shots. Knowing that if you have a couple bad possessions, still working to get a great one, get a great look. So guys go through shooting slumps, but you know, it happens, and guys pick them up and still find a way to get it done.
You've got another game at home next Wednesday that I believe we'll be covering against Neosho County. Looking forward to that game a week from now. Is there something that you're really looking to kind of nail down that you saw tonight or maybe throughout the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, no, Coach Schaefer does a great job. He's going to have those guys ready to go. You know, we got them at their place, so they're going to be chomping at the bit to come get us over here. But I think just for us, being able to execute down the stretch, be able to adapt our defense and just understand that, you know, we have to finish out plays offensively and defensively.
Yeah, and then just looking at some of your star players tonight, Boone, Porter, and Taft, really accelerating on the offensive side, especially Taft coming off of the bench. What is it like having those guys who come off the bench and really are just able to play almost as well or better than some of your starters that night and be able to kind of take up a leadership role?
Yeah, no, it's a testament to who Marco Taft is as a person and as a player. He's committed. And so understand that he can be a starter. You know, he's all conference last year as a freshman, and he's able to get player of the week and all that stuff, but he just wants to win. And so doing what that takes to win, and just Xavier January stepping in, understand that he can come in and have that spark. So guys just being committed to winning and doing what it takes overall.
Yeah, well, Coach, I won't keep you much longer, but thank you very much for joining us here on the post-game show, and I look forward to broadcasting you guys for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you, and you do a great job.
Appreciate it.
All the time and everything, and so we appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. That will just about do it here for the post-game show on Fort Scott Sports Live. So we will go ahead and sign it off here from the booth, from me, for myself, Michael, and the rest of the production crew at Varsity Sports Live. We say good night, and we hope to see you all next time.
From the gridiron to the hardcourt, the pitch to the mat, don't miss any of the action. We're there with live, local sports coverage at varsitysportslive.com.